Tells KDKA Radio News that these games will bring a huge economic boost to the city.
As you can imagine, with 16 teams coming in, and those 16 teams are coming in from all across the country. And so with those teams come fans, students, professors, parents, friends who want to come in and see their friends and family compete in these games. And so it's great. It fills up the hotels.
On Wall Street today, we had a mixed market yet again. The Dow gained ground. It was up 52 points, but the Nasdaq fell 136 points. The S&P 500 was down 23. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Men's college basketball tonight in town. Pitt will host number 4 Duke at 9 p.m. KDKA Radio News Time coming up on 5:32. Our next update's at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey folks, Marty here. CCAC rocks. They're the best, from training for careers in skilled trades to programs in robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, culinary arts, business management, and more. CCAC has it all. Folks, it's the real deal with expert instructors, industry-grade equipment, high-tech learning spaces, and more. Want a future with little debt? Campus open house events, virtual information sessions, on-site tours. ccac.edu, ccac.edu.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey folks, Marty. Why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
All right, it is 5:35. You're Pratt packing a little early for Colin Dunlap. And from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Getting a report of an accident on the 4300 block of Brownsville Road in Brentwood Borough. So that is causing some congestion in the area. Also looking at some heavy congestion all throughout those major roadways as you try to make your commute home, especially through the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels on the outbound sides. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a lot of clouds around for tonight. A couple of snow showers, which will be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30, and much colder for tomorrow with clouds and a few flurries, high 33, and highs only in the 20s Thursday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, in our 7 o'clock hour. Rich Fitzgerald with the game plan now that Pittsburgh is on the clock for the NFL Draft.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot about that moving right up to the draft on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. But right now I want to talk to David Bolorado. You know, David is a man of many hats, can do a little bit of everything in this business and has been doing it for a long time. But one of the things that I've noticed about him, he's like a chameleon. His hairstyle changes from day to day. So literally you had that Ken Barbie doll look for like a week or two. I mean, every hair in perfect position in place, not a single hair out of place. And then I show up yesterday, and you got this marine buzz. Did you do that yourself?
No. And actually, we haven't seen each other for a while. I had this done a couple of weeks ago, actually.
So is that a sign that maybe I'm getting old? Because I thought it was just like yesterday.
Well, we haven't seen each other. That's the problem.
Yeah, where have you been? Oh, you were in the mornings.
Yeah,
that's right. But so you actually have a barber you go to?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you just come and say, do this, do that? Because most of us go into a barber that they get to know us, and they basically just give us the same haircut. Obviously, now that I've got a few less hairs, it's a whole lot easier. But do you just let them experiment on your head?
No, I go to I don't want to say a barber. I go to a hair place. We'll put it that way.
Well, who is it?
It's one of the Supercuts locations.
Oh, nice. They know what they're doing, obviously.
Well, yeah, just going to say I want a buzz cut.
That's it.
And I'm in and out in 5 minutes.
Isn't that the place you can get like a shave and all that, or a hot towel?
That's sports
clips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I discovered that it costs me about $10 less to go to Supercuts for a buzz cut.
You are so cheap, Colorado. You are so cheap. So Margot's a little under the weather. Okay. Got the sniffles, and I said she needs some soup.
Okay.
You like soup?
Yeah.
I love soup. So there are two places I recommended. You tell me if it's good or bad. I think they're great. Eaton Park, those quart soups that they have. I used to get a quart of chicken noodle on a regular basis during the winter. I love their soup. But you know who has the best wedding soup in this place that we call home? Who would you think? It's going to shock you.
I'm trying to think who you're going to say.
It's going to shock you. It's not an Italian restaurant.
I don't know. Are you going to say Coons Market?
No. Well, we do have great soup. We have great soup. Daily soup, by the way. And by the way, they're what is that soup called? Pasta Vajol.
Oh, yeah.
And pepper soup, no one does it better than Coons. But you know who it is? The Brighton Hot Dog Shop.
Okay.
Right over the hill here in Green Tree, and they have locations.
I didn't even think they had soup on their menu.
Listen to me. Do you like wedding soup?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
I mean, it varies in quality from place to place. I think it depends on the type of the noodles and stuff, and what if they put the
escroll.
Yeah, and if they put meatballs in it and what they taste like. So I mean, you can go to two different places and get two soups that vary vastly in their quality and taste.
Listen, I used to work with Cigna and Company, and they used to shill for food on the air all the time, and people would actually show up. Okay, when I had a little bit of clout, I could have got her soup by just mentioning that on the air.
No, see, they can't come to the front door now to do that.
That's right. We got layers of security. That's right. I forgot about that. They used to just walk in off the street.
If Margot would like some bone broth, I have some bone broth.
Give her something, because she's really putting in overtime for us here today. But, you know, there's nothing worse than having a runny nose.
Yeah.
And that's just, no matter what you try to do, it just doesn't stop. But she's got her game face on.
Or a sore throat. Once you get that, then you know it's good. Once you feel it's starting to come on, you know it's going to be at least a week before.
Well, and here's the thing, David, and I don't know how you feel, but because of this business, when I was young, I always had bronchitis or something because I didn't sleep and I was always working. I haven't had it in a long time, but I've had it, and when I get it now, I kind of panic a little bit.
Bronchitis.
Yeah, because you wonder if your voice or strep throat, which I've had, if your voice is ever going to come back. The last thing about you, and I'm not picking on you because I'm jealous. Mr. Rogers is known for great sweaters. I have no idea where you're getting these sweaters, like the one you're wearing today. And if you're looking at this
is the same one you talked to me about last week.
I like it. I like it. Metropolitan Window video screen or our YouTube page. You should go there now and see this sweater. Some people can really wear sweaters. When I wear sweaters, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But on you, that works. You and Mr. Rogers. And there was another famous Pittsburgher who worked here for a spell that was known to wear sweaters. You know who that was? Come on. If anybody knows this, it's you. If I stump David Ballarado, this is a miracle. This has never happened.
Here?
In Pittsburgh. Think about it.
They worked here at KDKA?
Used to be a picture of him hanging on the wall. It's not there anymore. I don't know where it is. Maybe it is still there, but I haven't seen it.
Are you talking about Fred Hansberger?
No, Fred wore sweaters, but no, Paul Shannon. You don't remember Paul Shannon, Adventure Time? No, oh, come on.
No, I don't actually.
David.
I know, you
now
you shamed me.
This will never. It's 5:42 on Tuesday. This will never happen again. February 10th, 2026. And that's like TV trivia. You don't remember Nosmo King?
I know that name, yeah.
That was one of his characters, which was the no smoking sign backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had that little thing that was on in the afternoons on that other station, Channel 4. And he was the guy who, because of the Holiday House in Monroeville, that was famous for kind of giving the Stooges some new life. When it was Joe.
I think they were famous for some other
Curly and Moe. What? No. I'm serious. That guy was awesome, man. Yeah. I mean, you had that. You remember Ricky and Copper? You don't remember Ricky Wirtz? No. They had all these wonderful children's shows that you'd come home from school and you could watch all this stuff, man. It was back in the day.
See, I grew up in Clearfield County, though, so we couldn't get KDKA TV or WTAE or Channel 11. We got Channel 10, WJAC, or WFBG. WJAC was the Johnstown station. WTAJ, which when I was a little kid, was WFBG TV. And around 86 or so, WWPC came on in Johnstown. Channel 8.
What did you get running water there? I mean, my goodness, Dave.
Well, remember, that's the way it was back in the days before everyone had cable.
That's the way it was.
That's the way, when people didn't have cable, you couldn't get a bunch of different channels.
Remember though, as a kid, Walter Cronkite? Mm-hmm. I mean, that guy, when he spoke, everybody had to be quiet in the house. That's the only time the radio would actually go down a little bit. Good evening, I'm Walter Cronkite. That was like huge. I loved him so much. I had a reel-to-reel tape player that my uncle got in some deal that he cut, and I actually taped his last newscast before Dan Rather took over.
I remember that sign-off. I remember watching that, and that's the way it is for Friday, blah, 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 1981.
I'll be on
assignment for the next few years. Dan Rather will be here.
All right, how about Bill Burns? You remember his closing remarks, what he used every night? Come on.
Good night, good luck, and good news tomorrow.
My man. So you're more than just a pretty face. That's good stuff. You know where I get all my sweaters at now, though, in my clothes? I go to Goodwill, man.
Yeah, that's what I didn't want to say that, but I know from you when you telling me that. I knew you get them there because you told me that. I didn't want to say it on the air because it would sound like an insult.
People are saying, why are you dressing like you did in your 30s again? You're not doing TV anymore. So I got the tie and the coat going because I'm looking ahead. I want my children, I want all this stuff to be in the cloud, all of it. YouTube, TikTok, X, Facebook, stuff we do with our YouTube channel when we stream here in the Metropolitan Window video screen, all the things I put up. So when my kids are looking back on the life of their father, they won't be able to go back long enough to see me other than the way I look right now. They're going to say, Dad was a pretty handsome guy. So that's the whole thought process here. I'm just going to pollute the airwaves with a lot of these Goodwill coats. All right, David, good stuff. All right, let's get to that traffic. 5:45. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at those major roadways, looking at some heavy congestion on the Parkway East outbound. From Technology Drive, the Parkway West outbound also backs you up around Technology Drive. Looking at some heavy congestion through both sides of the Liberty Tunnel. And the Parkway West outbound after the Fort Pitt Tunnel backs you up all the way to Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Medicare can be a maze, but it doesn't have to be. I'm Lisa Loro with Secure Money Health, and I wrote the Ultimate Medicare book to guide you through every step. I've helped many people understand their Medicare benefits, and I would love to help you too. Learn the strategies that make Medicare manageable and ensure you're making the best choices for your health and finances. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com and grab your complimentary copy today. That's MedicareBookOffer.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Every dollar, every hour, every voice, that's the power of you.
When winter settles in, everything gets a little harder for our neighbors. Your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank helps families stay warm and nourished with fresh, healthy food. Give today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Give family a little more breathing room this winter. That's the power of you.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job, from highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects. The men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here again is David Colorado. David.
Rob, authorities released photos of a man at Nancy Guthrie's home the day she disappeared. We'll have details coming up at 6 on The Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, I've often wondered, why are so many people in this country so enthralled by what's going on in Arizona? Because everybody loves their mom. I mean, there is the chosen few that may have a bad track record, but when you think about mom, you think about comfort, you think about wisdom, you think about the journey. And all of us, and I've said this many times, no one will ever love you like your mom. No one. Just isn't going to happen. And I have to believe that, especially Savannah Guthrie, her mom probably followed everything that she has ever done. You know, look, my middle child was texting me quite a bit here in the last 15 minutes. With all due respect, he loves me, but he has no idea that I'm on the air right now, okay? My daughter, same. My oldest son, same. Doesn't mean they don't love me. It just doesn't float their boat. But I can tell you this, while my mother was on this planet Earth until she passed in 2005, she knew where I was, whether it was on the radio dial or the TV dial, at all times. Constructive criticism, hey, I heard the show today, I didn't miss it. She loved John Cigna. I mean, she knew everything. I've never had a friend, a family member, no one follow my career like my mother. And I can only imagine how close Savannah Guthrie is with her mother. And I think all of us, no matter what we think of her as a journalist / broadcaster / entertainer, we're feeling the pain right now because we all envision what it would be like if we were in that situation. And what really upsets me is how this assailant, whether it be one or more, continues to dangle the carrot in front of their face. I mean, they offered this person or group of people $6 billion in Bitcoin because that was their request. But the arrogance of actually walking up to the front porch and that happens. So why did it take so long to get released? If it was the FBI that uncovered it because of technology and they were able to do it, so be it. But I'm thinking if this happened just an hour or a half hour before she was taken in the middle of the night, if they released that information, maybe they would have had a better chance. All I'm hoping there is some sort of glitch in this guy's body language that somebody recognizes and says, or woman, whoever it may be, I know that person, and I hope this person gets caught. And I pray that Nancy Guthrie is okay. But listen, we all, if you live long enough, you're going to lose your parents. And I got to tell you, I was just thinking about my mom and dad today and realizing where I am and how both of them didn't live 5 years past where I am right now. Because the world was different. They grew up in the Depression. They didn't have all the nutrition that we had, and obviously that horrible thing that is smoking was a part of their everyday life. More so my dad than my mom. Okay? And back then, raising 6 kids on a very limited budget was hard work. And they put their children first in everything they did. So when I became a little bit successful, I always tried to do something special for my parents. My dad wanted nothing to do with any of it. He wanted to be a self-made man. I get it. But my mom, she was grateful for anything. If you would stop and buy my mom a cup of coffee, she would have thought and treated you like it was 24 karat gold. She was just that kind of person. So I got to believe, ramp it up tenfold, Savannah Guthrie is thinking about all of this and saying to herself, all of the wealth, all the success and everything, and I couldn't even save or protect my own mom. I hope that she realizes this stuff happens every day. But something has to be done when it comes to crime and punishment to make people understand we are a country of laws. And if you break the law, you have to pay. You know, I'm going to talk about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the news at 6 about something that caught my eye earlier today. And other people will say, well, they're tough in Israel. He's tough. You know why? Because they are always being looked upon as vulnerable from all sides. They stand alone. Even though we have helped them, and rightfully so, you got to have really thick skin to live in the state of Israel. And you have to be someone who is a strong leader to run that incredible part of the world. You see, a lot of these things that people do in this country, they would never do in other countries because there would be a massive price to pay. Some countries, this person is caught who commits a crime like this, kidnapping. It's the last day they're on the earth. Judge and jury, it's over. But when you see how this happened, and now this video and these photos being released, the arrogance. I mean, the guy's wearing a ski mask and a backpack, and he walks up on the front porch and disables the video camera and takes this 84-year-old woman from her house. God willing, she's still alive. We're going to talk much more about it later tonight, and also we'll cover it with our news department and, of course, CBS Radio News. 5:55. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Crews are still cleaning up an accident on the 4300 block of Brownsville Road in Brentwood Borough. The other major roadways are starting to still look bad as the Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive through the Fort Pitt Tunnel all the way towards Carnegie. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information. From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey folks, Marty Griffin here right now. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months. Plus, $500 off your project. Restrictions apply.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Another new year. Hard to believe. Let me help you make this a year to remember in a fabulous way. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Imagine this. It's March, May, July 2026, and you're 20, 40, 60 pounds lighter. You're moving much better. Your clothes are fitting. Your meds are being taken away. Aren't these reasons enough to lose weight in a healthy way? Let me help. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN. A year to remember, 2026.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 56 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. The driver of today's wrong-way crash in the eastbound lanes of I-70 has been identified. State police say 80-year-old Daniel Oliver of Greensburg was headed the wrong way in Hempfield Township when he hit a tractor-trailer head-on and then collided with 2 more 18-wheelers. The first tractor-trailer caught fire. The drivers of the SUV and first truck were injured and taken to a hospital. State Trooper Rocco Gagliardi tells KDKA Radio that this is the third wrong-way incident in the Pittsburgh area in the last week.
3 in a week is a little bit higher than, I'd say, average. That's for sure. Right, we had the one on 79 by Carnegie, And then we had the operator on 376. That was the fatal collision just a couple days ago. And then you have this one now on 70 by mile marker 54. So you got 3 exactly in a week span. So that's a little bit definitely higher than average.
Authorities today released chilling images of an individual at Nancy Guthrie's home the morning she disappeared. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick reports.
The images show a masked person wearing a backpack, gloves, a zipped-up jacket, and ski mask. The person approaches the front door, raises a gloved hand to a home security camera, and walks away. Another clip shows the person facing the camera holding a flashlight in their mouth before covering the camera lens with some vegetation, thought to be prairie bush. The individual appears to have a gun on the front of their belt, and from their behavior, appears to already know there is a camera.
Savannah Guthrie posted on social media, quoting here, "Someone out there recognizes this person." She then listed phone numbers of local and federal authorities. Tickets are now on sale for next month's NCAA Division II basketball championships in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has more.
8 men's and 8 women's teams will compete at Duquesne's UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse. Sports Pittsburgh Vice President Jim Britt says last year's event produced a few $1 million in economic impact, and they're expecting this year to be bigger with double the amount of teams coming in.
It's a great boon for Cooper Fieldhouse, for that area, downtown, all those little bars and restaurants right there in uptown and then downtown as folks come in to see their student athletes compete for the championship.
The tournament is scheduled from March 24th through 28th. Tickets are available by day or the entire tournament at sportspittsburgh.com. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
A bill introduced by one state lawmaker with bipartisan support aims to stop prescription drug surprises for Pennsylvanians. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush tells us more.
State Representative Emily Kincaid of District 20 is behind the Prescription Drug Copay Fairness Act, which would ban so-called copay accumulator policies. Those policies allow insurers to take copay assistance without applying it toward a patient's deductible or out-of-pocket limits, often leaving families suddenly responsible for the full cost of their medication. Kincaid says the proposal would provide immediate relief and help patients stay on the medications they need, and she plans to formally introduce the bill later this week. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street today, we had a mixed market with the Dow gaining ground. It was up 52 points. However, the Nasdaq fell 136 points, and the S&P 500 dropped 23. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pittmen host Duke tonight. Game time, 9 p.m. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Right now around the Pittsburgh area, it's still warm out there for February. 56 degrees is the temperature. KDKA AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast. Next.
President's Day weekend is the biggest furniture and mattress event of the year at Levin Furniture and Mattress. Take 25% off the entire store. Save up to 60% on hot buys. Lazy Boy recliners start at $395. Sofas as low as $350. 60-month special financing with no money down. Plus the guaranteed lowest prices on top mattress brands for life. That's 25% off store-wide, up to 60% off hot buys, and 5 years financing. The President's Day sale, now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
Already 6:05 on a Tuesday with your Pratt Pack and from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Crews continue to clean up an accident on the 4300 block of Brownsville Road in Brentwood Borough. The other major roadways still looking very congested on the Parkway West outbound. from Technology Drive and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel towards Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy for tonight. We'll have a couple of snow showers, which could be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. Then mainly cloudy, breezy, much colder tomorrow with a few flurries, high 33. There will be some flurries tomorrow night as well. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Breaking bread and having fun is what Monticello's restaurant is all about. Sure, Monticello's pizza is legendary, but that's only the beginning. Monticello's does Italian better than anyone in the business. Great food and friends are the best recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of delicious pizza to Pittsburgh since 1980. Find the closest Monticello's restaurant to you at Monticello's.com. Still looking for a great place to work? Join the Monticello's family today. Visit Monticello's.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, so as I told you just moments ago, I wanted to talk about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to begin this hour. I saw this story earlier today in the Washington Post. He is in Washington to encourage President Donald Trump to expand the scope of high-stakes nuclear talks with Iran. The negotiations resumed last week against the backdrop of the American military buildup. Israel has long called for Iran to cease all uranium enrichment, dial back its ballistic missile program, and cut ties with militant groups across the region. Iran has always rejected those demands, saying it would only accept some limits on its nuclear program return for sanctions relief. So we have turned up sanctions on Iran long enough. We have played cat and mouse with Iran long enough. I stand by Prime Minister on this one. Look, Iran, their leadership is horrible. You know, if you think things are tough in America, well, protesters in Iran who were protesting the fact that they cannot get a livable wage even to feed a family on a regular basis were being gunned down by the government in the streets in cold blood. That is what they do in other countries, as I was alluding to earlier. We are still a country of laws, and those who run these third world countries, because they have deep pockets because of the oil reserves, they basically feel as though they can do whatever to whomever whenever they want. Look, I have no problem with what happened in Venezuela. He had to leave, and he is now behind bars where he should be. And I hope these American oil companies in Venezuela get a chance to get back what is rightfully theirs, which they spent money to cultivate and to drill and to take the oil from the ground. And sadly, when that president decided to exit stage left, meaning get rid of these oil companies, he decided to start doing business with cartels. Look, these people that are running some of these third world countries in that place that is the Middle East are no better. They are criminals. They are enemies to the world. And as far as I'm concerned, the military might of the U.S. should now once again focus on that part of the world and follow the lead of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Iraq, Iran, all of these places that we've been talking about for years, going back to Saddam Hussein and those weapons of mass destruction that sadly were nowhere to be found, I wish sometimes they would have been found, because we probably wouldn't be having this conversation today. But one thing is for sure, if Iran blinks, that's all we need. Just let them make the first move. And as far as I'm concerned, they have at least 7% of the world's oil, and it gives them trillions of dollars. Well, sadly, when we took Saddam Hussein out of the picture and Norman Schwarzkopf was asking then George Herbert Walker Bush, I want to move right to Baghdad and finish the job, the then president, showing some compassion, said, no, I think we've done enough. And what did they do, that country, to reward us after we put our soldiers and lives on the line to get rid of Saddam Hussein, who eventually found his fate at the end of the hangman's noose? They gave their oil, 2% of the world's oil, the majority of it to places like Turkey and other places in that part of the world. No more Mr. Nice Guy. If we're going to put people in harm's way, then we should be able to reap some of the benefits of taking that gamble and giving people a chance to live in a free democracy. I mean, think about how many years we've been doing this. The end of World War II, after we lost so many people, lives upside down, never to be the same. All of the things that we went through during that World War II, from the Pacific theater to the European theater, we simply backed out and came home. Well, they, meaning Russia, rebuilt Europe and capitalized. And what did they do with it as opposed to being a kinder, friendly nation? Stalin and company made the hammer and sickle more evil than it ever had been. And that's one of the reasons why we're dealing with this old member of the KGB by the name of Vladimir Putin, who should have been removed from office a very long time ago. I mean, why would you want to do any kind of business with a country that the only president that has left office upright, meaning alive, the only one, Stalin, no, none of them. Stalin, yes, he died mysteriously of poison. Lenin and others, was Gorbachev. And Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan did incredible things, so much so that that wall came down. Imagine the great things we could do if we had some sort of connection to some of these governments. You know, when the Shah of Iran was booted out, everybody thought he was bad, and he did not do everything by the book. But he was a whole lot better than the Ayatollah, who eventually would kidnap all of those hostages, and eventually they would come home. But we've had them as a thorn in our side forever. This madness has to stop. And we have to stop putting our military like we did in Afghanistan for 20 years and put their lives on the line, and we have nothing to show for it. And in Afghanistan, the then President Joe Biden said, let's leave. Well, we did. We left about $7 billion worth of weapons behind for the Taliban to use and maybe, well, rear their ugly head again someday to use those weapons on us. So let's just be a little tougher, and let's understand why the president is walking softly and carrying a big stick. He's going to have peace through strength. And the only way you do that is you get the biggest bully on the block, and before they say anything, you punch them squarely in the face. Iran, why are we even dealing with them? Why are we even putting up with them? We should basically say, you're done. No more nuclear program. It's over. And if not, we basically box them out. And then if they flinch and they make the first move, end of story. I can tell you, just like in Venezuela, and I'm sure other places where these drug cartels are in, well, Latin America, that we would be welcome. And one of the things that came up in the news again today was about the president and the jet fuel supply to Cuba. People in Cuba are starving. They would love us to help them as well, too. So let's grow our brand, work with other governments, and actually create a friendlier world. This may be just the right time for all of this stuff to fall into place. All right, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us, KDK video stream, presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. Or now you can go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and see everything that's happening in the studio. All right, coming up shortly, it'll be Dr. Sean Ritchie, and then we'll open the phones up later. And you can also reach me this evening, NASCO Roofing Instant Access to the show. But just a click away, email us at instantacces@kdkradio.com. 6:15 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot Rensel.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Looking at the major roadways, still looking at crews on the scene of an accident of Brownsville Road. That is on the 4300 block, also on the Looking at an accident on the 37th Street and Liberty Avenue in the city, and wires down on Maryland Street and Grimes Avenue in the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
A warmer, safer winter in every home across Pittsburgh is why NRG is proud to sponsor the 18th annual Warmathon and honored to share in this city's generous spirit. When you pick NRG as your energy supplier, you'll have the power to do more, like earn cash back and travel rewards, or even contribute to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. With NRG, giving back is built in. Learn more and switch today at picknrg.com.
Hey folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's David Bolorado. David.
Rob, the U.S. picks up some Olympic medals today. We'll have more coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Some good news from Ford after today's closing bell. The automaker expects profits to move higher this year despite getting hit with an unexpected tariff bill from the Trump administration at the end of last year. That weighed on earnings for last quarter. Meantime, Stellantis, the owner of Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Ram trucks, and other makes, is now looking to break a joint venture it has with Samsung to make EV batteries here in the U.S. It's dialing back its EV production because people just aren't buying them. On Wall Street today, stocks ending mixed after retail spending in December unchanged from the month prior, a sign a lot of people held back on their holiday spending. Still, the Dow up 52 points, enough to close at a fresh all-time high. The Nasdaq down 136, the S&P lower by 23. And just in time for Valentine's Day, the folks who make natural light beer, Natty Light, offering its drinkers the chance to win a lacy, silky cover for their riding lawn tractors. They call it the Natural Light Lingerie. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
I love it. Oh, my goodness gracious. That may be the best line of the month. Lingerie. Love it, love it. Hey, how about these electric cars? People aren't buying them as much as they used to. You know why? Because people love the smell of gasoline in the morning, right? You're never going to get rid of that. Look, if you grew up when there were actual service stations on every corner and you drive over that little rubber hose and ding, ding, and somebody would come running out and they'd wipe your window off and can I check your oil, the dipstick, the whole thing, right? And they would fill up the gas in your car and some of it would spill out and there would be that smell of gasoline. Come on now, man. That's America. And you always had that person who owned the service station. They had dirt under their fingernails. And then you would see them like at church, like on Sunday, and their hands were still like weather beaten and torn and still be like a little bit of grease. And you'd look at that person's hand and your dad would look at you and go, that's hard work, son. That's hard work. Never forget that. All right, listen, I got to mention something about ICE. Governor Walz making this statement, and I saw this in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, that federal immigration crackdown in Minnesota, according to the governor, could end within days. You see, it has to definitely change. There's no doubt. 2 people should have never lost their lives. But what is worrying me about this, and we'll get into this tonight, I'm just going to ask you, should they stay or go? We've had protests led by politicians right here in this region. But when the citizenship can flip the switch and make it go away, that's a little concerning. Now, if the president does his due diligence, which he already has, right? He has spoke to many people in charge. He has sent Mr. Holman, the border czar, to Minneapolis to try to, calm the water a little bit. I am frightened of the fact that if it does totally go away, and there are those who want to take advantage of this country, like those cartels and others, may find a way to make it even tougher for us to get the real criminals that need to be gone, right? But again, it has to change. It has to get better. But this is the other stickler that's got me very concerned. You've got Democrats and Republicans using this as a political pawn in the nation's capital, talking about they're going to take away funding from the Department of Homeland Security. And if you're one of those third world countries that I was talking about a little bit ago, and other countries who would like to see us fall, they're simply saying they won't even support people that are there to strictly protect their border and their country. They're going to take funding from people who protect their right to be the United States of America. You see, everything is upside down in this country. Certain people need to be reprimanded after those deaths? Absolutely. Does it have to be refurbished, rebooted, a complete new look? Yes. More training? Absolutely. But do you realize, and you saw some of the protesters, they were not protesting peacefully. Again, nobody should have died needlessly is what I'm saying. This was horrible. But it was absolutely atrocious to listen to some of these verbal exchanges that were going on, not just for a handful of days, but a very long time. But I think to diffuse the situation, the only thing that the president could do is what he's doing. But now I'm thinking, and I really have this feeling that ICE is going to go away. ICE is going to go away. And do you realize the border has not been an issue? We haven't talked about the border in how long? A long time. Since the president actually started blowing these drug boats out of the water, and some of these things that have been going down with ICE, and definitely some of them getting out of hand, no doubt. But here's the thing, and we've had stories of local interests that I have bought into and applauded how some of them are actually turning out good for these people who are in this country just trying to find their place and that home that they've been hearing about forever, the land of opportunity, like many of our ancestors did. I get it. But I don't like the fact that either a politician or the citizen can actually, because they don't like the way it's going or they want to use it as a political tool to gain some sort of, recognition or more activity or cash for their party, it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And we are still a country of laws, and we need to remember that. So we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But isn't it amazing? After all the financial fraud and all the news and Governor Walz saying he's not running for re-election, how this whole switch has flipped in the opposite direction. He really has been the reason why this thing has come to a screeching halt. Because he picked up the phone on his better judgment, I'm sure, and I'm sure he didn't do it on the spur of the moment, probably thought about it for a very long time, because campaign wounds heal very slowly, he called the president and said, look, we got to figure this out. We got to figure this out right now. It's not good for anybody. And the president took the call, listened, and that's why we are where we are. Now, if that's the reason that all of this changes, that's diplomacy at its best. That's bipartisan politics at its best. That's what people in public office are supposed to do. But man, oh man, I just don't like where this is headed. I just don't. And it's going to make us, I know you might not understand this, but it could very easily to our enemies make us look weak and vulnerable. And I have said it and I'll say it again. With all the things that are happening in the world right now, I don't think how many of you realize how vulnerable we really are right now. Very vulnerable. All right, when the weather turns bad, turn to KDKA-radio.com for up-to-the-minute news, weather, traffic information from the KDKA Storm Center. Brought to you by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK. All right, let's get you caught up here. David Bolorado is going to check the news coming up at 6:30. We'll come back, get some thoughts out there for you to think about, maybe take a call or two, and then we'll get ready for Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, where they have helped over 15,000 people with neuropathy. So if you know someone that has it or you have it, there is hope. Tune in tonight. He'll be here from 7 to 8. And then Jay Costa will be here, the Honorable State Senator, talking about the budget talks. And is $53 billion enough to get the deal done? And much more throughout the evening up until 10 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack, stay right where you are on KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 57 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Bolorado. News is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Even as Pittsburgh officials celebrate getting millions of dollars in new funding for ambulances and snowplows, at least one city council person says the focus should be on making sure that money is always going to be there. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more.
The city is receiving a major boost in funding for new emergency vehicles, but Councilwoman Barb Warwick says more work remains.
What we do know is that in order to keep our heads above water, we have been told over and over again that we need to be investing at least $20 million a year year over year into our fleet in order that we do not find ourselves at this breaking point that we found ourselves at now.
Warwick says the recent commitments from UPMC and PNC are a step towards stabilizing the city's fleet, stressing this isn't just about snow vehicles or ambulances, but also fire trucks, garbage trucks, and police vehicles. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The University of Pittsburgh is moving this year's commencement ceremony to Acrisure Stadium. Pitt says moving the May 3rd event to the stadium ensures that every eligible grad can participate, as well as being able to get the right number of tickets for family and friends. Would a $1,000 tax credit to offset a gym membership help more Pennsylvanians get into better shape? Bucks County Republican State Representative Jim Hogan thinks so. He's introduced legislation to provide the tax credit, saying getting it would not only lead to healthier and happier people, but also bring about secondary effects like lower health insurance rates and Medicare costs. On Wall Street today, a mixed market with the Dow gaining 52 points, but the Nasdaq fell 136, the S&P down 23. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Pitt men at home tonight hosting Duke at 9. Team USA brought home several medals today in curling and alpine skiing at the Winter Olympics in Italy. CBS News' Seth Doan has more now.
Americans also got a bronze medal in the alpine women's team combined today. Lots of attention on that as Breezy Johnson, the newly crowned gold medalist from Sunday's downhill race, teamed up with the most decorated alpine skier ever, Michaela Schifrin. They came in fourth. Their teammates Jackie Wiles and Paula Moltzan teamed up and got a bronze.
KDK Radio News Time 6:32. Our next update's at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Apple launched an updated version of the AirTag, giving the new device much more range. The company says the new AirTag is powered by Apple's new ultra-wideband chip, which is also in the iPhone 17 and Watch Series 11. And gives the new AirTag 50% more range in finding items compared to the previous model. The chime is also 50% louder on the new AirTag. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Mike Broniszewski of Sarver True Value.
And I'm Andy Amrine of EV True Value. The temperature can get pretty low here in Pittsburgh. On those cold days, True Value features heat holders to keep you warm from head to toe. Heat holders, hats, gloves, socks, and feet warmers are available in various colors and styles for men, women, and children. Heat holders in True Value, making life warmer. EV True Value and Sarver True Value, proud supporters of KDKA's Warmathon.
We're talking with Joe Sobulis from Highwood Cemetery. Joe, I read a story recently about a local cemetery that had run out of funds and was struggling to pay for its upkeep. How did this happen?
Some cemeteries eventually become full and can no longer sell grave sites to generate income. How will those cemeteries pay for their continued care? The cemetery may or may not have a fund for this purpose. In the story you mentioned, that cemetery is no longer selling property and its care fund is almost depleted. Now they're struggling to pay for upkeep.
How can families be assured that their grave sites are being cared for now and in the future?
Highwood Cemetery exists to serve the public rather than make a profit. Our $1 million perpetual care fund is managed by a fiduciary to ensure that the care of the cemetery will be as it is today for generations to come.
And you can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Fabulous February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.79 a pound. In the produce department, extra large cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, John F. Martin ham off the bone is $6.99 a pound. Additional savings, selected varieties of hell of a good dips, 12-ounce containers, 3 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. That's Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, here we go again. 6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right.
Thanks, Rob. Getting a report of wires down on the 100 block of Banner Way in the city, and an accident on 37th Street and Liberty Avenue in the city. The other major roadways are starting to clear up just a bit, but still seeing a delay on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates as you try to leave the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There'll be a lot of clouds around for tonight. A couple of snow showers, which will be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30, and much colder for tomorrow with clouds and a few flurries, high 33, and highs only in the 20s Thursday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, and our 7 o'clock hour, Rich Fitzgerald with the game plan now that Pittsburgh is on the clock for the NFL Draft.
Hey, no one, and I mean no one, should have to face winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon, happening February 12th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., presented by MediConnect, brought to you by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and Impact HVAC. Details KDKRadio.com, including an online auction available now, powered by Dynegy. You know, I saw this story, and I just said to myself, how can this stuff still be happening after what went down in Minneapolis? The feds zip-tied a 14-year-old girl in Idaho raid, raising questions about ICE tactics. Now, come on. I mean, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Now, this is just, removed from two people being shot within days of each other and killed. Honestly, Kristi Noem is going to have to start to answer for some of this. Now, you got the body cams. Unless this young woman, young girl, had a weapon or something, or somebody's life was in jeopardy, I don't get it. I don't get it. And you know, some of the children of these people, whether they are suspected to be criminals because of, surveillance and information that we've received, none of these children should be being treated like this. None of these children should be being treated like this. And, I don't want to get into that back and forth and some of the comments and descriptions that people have called these members of ICE, because they're doing a job. I don't care what the paycheck is. I would want nothing to do with it. But tonight, once we take care of some business, next hour, and then with the guests at 8, I don't know, maybe it is time for it to be disbanded. But what do? Look at law enforcement. Go back to the Guthrie situation. It took the FBI, Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, to get that surveillance stuff released and found. What's happening to law enforcement? Where are the resources at right now? It's mind-boggling what's going on. Who is really training these people? And see, what you're going to have to realize, because of what happened in Minneapolis, every move you make is going to be scrutinized. Look what's happened to the police. Whatever they do now, wherever they're at, assisting or absolutely apprehending someone who has committed a crime, chasing that person down the street, somebody is there filming it. Imagine everywhere you go trying to enforce the law as a first responder, a member of law enforcement, somebody has a video camera. And because of maybe a ticket you gave them a year ago, something you did, a domestic that went bad, you felt as though you didn't get a square opportunity to state your case, you're going to do everything in your power to try to bring law enforcement down. And that's sad. And it's another reason why, too, things are happening. More crime is being committed, sadly. And if you don't believe how bold these criminals are, look at the video footage and look at the photos of the person who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. Okay? Very disturbing. Nonchalant. I mean, very disturbing. But also, you're going to have fewer and fewer people becoming members of law enforcement. You're going to. So what happens if ICE goes away and this activity gets even worse and more criminals come here, more crime is being committed by people who are not citizens of this country, and instead of putting them behind bars, we're throwing them across the border? I don't know what to do or how to approach this other than to simply give you the news, tell you the latest, and give you an opportunity to respond. Because you see, ICE is a local story too. We have people in position of political power who've said, I'm not working with them. I'm not working with them. And you really wonder, I mean, you just really, really wonder, where is all this criminal activity coming from? Where is all the crime coming from? Who are these people committing crimes? I mean, in all my years in and around Pittsburgh, I never heard of people waiting to catch a ride being gunned down or caught in the crossfire. Of people like the Wild West just exchanging gunfire in broad daylight. I never, in recent years, it's become almost commonplace. Stabbing, shootings. What's the underlying message here? Who is ramping up all the criminal activity? You've got to believe it's more than just random acts of violence. It's business as usual. There is some sort of dastardly deed being committed that so much blood is being spilled in the streets of Pittsburgh and this region. And this just isn't a city thing. It's everywhere. We just had a double murder in Ambridge. It's everywhere. And these police are doing everything humanly possible to preserve life. But if you're an officer, I saw Ambridge is now looking for more police, something posted by the mayor earlier today. And they're not the only ones. I see just about every police department back home where I live in Beaver County looking to get new police officers. I talked to a chief of a community that will remain nameless over a cup of coffee, and he told me it's almost next to impossible to get recruits. And now we have this agency because of some really just unbelievable activity, and that I just read moments ago speaks for itself. They could be eradicated. Do you realize within a week, this thing is really taking on steam? Governor Walz, I told you moments ago, saying it could be over in Minneapolis very soon. They're trying to buy a warehouse possibly for training and spend $80 million in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman says, I don't want it. Because he sees the bad. And maybe they're too far gone to train. I don't know. It's not the Wild West. But what happens if they do leave and all of this stuff starts to go in the wrong direction? I'm just saying it's more than just gang related. Anytime there is a shooting, somebody always says, oh, it must have been gang related. Come on now. You're smarter than that. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Even good people supposedly going bad. Murders being committed, drug issues, crack houses, methamphetamine labs. I mean, where's all this coming from? You have to really wonder if there's not an outside entity stirring the pot. And if ICE goes away, yeah, the bad goes away, but then the hope of preserving the good, meaning the citizenship and keeping people like you and me and our families safe, may go away too. Between a rock and a hard place, this is a very difficult story to dissect. But I know one thing. Right now, slippery slope, America. All of us right now in a very scary situation. All right, 645. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Crews continue to clean up an accident on 37th Street and Liberty Avenue in the city. The other major roadways, not looking at too much more traffic this rush hour. Just a tiny delay going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Free edition only, roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Some sort of movement is happening in Arizona. Police are being summoned to a location. We'll continue to follow that story throughout the night. But right now, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here is KDK Radio News anchor David Ballarado. He'll give you the latest on that and everything else making news. David, all yours.
That's right, Rob. We're checking that, and we'll also have more on that wrong way accident on I-70 rather, that closed that highway for about 11 hours.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Loan delinquencies are on the rise. In the last quarter of 2025, Americans were behind on nearly 5% of all outstanding household debt. That includes mortgages, credit cards, auto loans. No surprise, the New York Fed says that's affecting younger borrowers and those with lower incomes the most. The bankrupt high-end retailer Saks already shut down dozens of its Saks Off Fifth discount stores. Now it's closing 8 of its full-price Saks Fifth Avenue stores and 1 Neiman Marcus department store. On Wall Street, stocks end the day mixed and little changed. Earlier hopes that a lackluster read on retail spending in December would prompt the Fed to lower rates next month when it meets petered out. But the Dow rose 52 points, enough to close at a new record high. The Nasdaq down 136, that's 0.5% lower. The S&P down 23. And something new from Pepsi, wild cherry-flavored lip gel, the soda giant's first non-soda product in over a century. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Arizona. Earlier today, Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, they released some photos and video coverage of an individual in a ski mask with a backpack who was on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's house just prior to her being taken from the home, seeing this person disabling the security camera. And they've gone back and forth throughout the day with some information, and now it seems as though something in the way of movement is happening with members of the police in that region being summoned to a particular site. That's all we know at this time, but all of the major networks and others are reporting that. Now, whether or not this turns out to be something, we'll have to wait and see. But here's the ironic thing, and this is what's piqued my interest. So we all know how good the FBI is, okay? Whether you like them or not, they are the best in the business. And this Kash Patel has really worked overtime and I think done a very good job. In some cases, a great job. Very passionate about what he does. And it's ironic that the president basically stood up, didn't need to, and said, look, let's get to the bottom of this. Carolyn Levitt, his press secretary earlier today, basically holding a press conference just with some routine business, but her opening statements talking about this and how the president is being informed on a regular basis and how they were urging the country, meaning the citizenship, if they knew anything, to call a various number to get in touch with local authorities so they could get this solved. But isn't it amazing? The FBI gets involved, and now we have these photos released. And I was just telling David Bolorado, we were looking at some of those photos before his news update, looking into the eyes of the assailant. I mean, it's hard to tell, man or woman, don't know. But there may be some movement right now. But how in the world did it take this long to get that footage? Where was that footage? Obviously in the cloud somewhere, because the camera itself was removed. But what worries me, that we have gone close to 2 weeks now, and no video, no audio. What I don't understand is, why would you negotiate with a kidnapper? Ransom notes back and forth, some were fact, some were fiction. You would even listen to the demand of $6 million in Bitcoin, obviously unmarked. That way, the money would basically be very difficult to track, right? But why would you let this thing go on this long without simply saying, hey, I don't get any audio, I don't get any video, and where I can tell the timeline, we're not negotiating with you. And I would say right now, my next message, and I know this would be very tough to do, especially if it was your mother, very tough to do. I'd say, we're not negotiating with you. We're not talking money. We're basically going to go silent on you. You know how we feel. You know we want our mother back. We want this to stop. We've told you time and time again we're willing to pay, and we have nothing to show for it. That's not how you do any kind of deal, even one as dastardly as this. I mean, think about it. And if I live in that community and I see the FBI swoop in and do this, I'm simply saying, where's our law enforcement? What's going on? Think about all the things that we've been talking about over the last 10 plus days. Combing the area, not once, not twice, removing a vehicle. Took days to have the blood tested on whose blood it was. We found out later it was hers. Medications are left there, so you think there would be more of an urgency for an 84-year-old woman's return because they don't have the medication, or you'd be checking with certain pharmacies to see if these drugs were being refilled or picked up. And if they're not, that means she's not communicating with anyone. But more importantly, you have nothing. And you continue to say, do this, do that. And Savannah Guthrie is doing, I'm sure, a lot of this because they're saying, let's reach out, let's try to do the right thing, to the point where these three children are sitting on a couch going, look, we'll pay. But you've not demanded to see any video or audio of your mother. Is that the police telling them to do that? Or are they basically doing this on their own without any guidance from local law enforcement? And the other thing that really kind of worries me, I mean, you have some clout if you're the Guthrie family because of who your daughter is, right? And you have the ability of NBC News behind you. And every person in that type of media is talking about this, and they're all engaged in it, every major network and cable news network, because it's family. It's what we do, right? Why I have been so much into this, why CBS has been leading with this, the nightly news, our newscast from CBS Radio News. But wouldn't you be a little bit concerned, the arrogance of this person, and still 10 plus days later, you have not seen or heard from your mother. You don't even know if she's alive. And then the police come back and they're now in a wooded area and they take police tape down to begin with. Why would you do that? And then you go back and put the police tape back up? A lot of questions, and still no real solid answers. So again, let me just get you caught up. And again, if we get anything, we will break in and let you know the latest as it happens. But there's some activity and some officers, some say SWAT, have been sent to a location in that area. But again, all of this speculation at this point. Just some early rumblings, some things that are kind of trending right now with some of the major cable news outlets and network outlets. But, we don't want to get our hope up because we've done this how many times? How many times, you thought the first ransom note, there it is. Now we have something to work with. That turned out to be fake. Then another one. Okay, this may be legit. But it took the FBI to make it legit. It wasn't local law enforcement. It was the FBI. And don't think for 1 minute Kash Patel doesn't realize his boss wants this thing solved. So he's probably doing everything humanly possible to get it solved. And I'm telling you right now, if and when they find out that this woman is not alive and they get that suspect or suspects, not that it's going to be the trial of the century, but it better be done right. And the criminal justice system must crime versus punishment here. Because if it can happen to someone of that status in that type of neighborhood, and somebody can simply walk up on your porch, disable your security cameras, and take you from your home in the middle of the night, and from when someone saw you to the time they realized something was wrong, no more than a 12-hour span, and you haven't been seen, hide, or hair, anything, nothing, no trail, no suspect, no person of interest until these photos and this video some 10-plus days later, nobody's safe. And it's another indication of what's happening to our country because we have lost faith in our government and we have lost faith in our law enforcement because we're not giving them the respect they deserve. So there's a two-way street here, and we're going to examine it and continue to follow this story throughout the night. All right, stay tuned. David's coming up with the latest on that and everything in the way of news. And then we'll give you some Pittsburgh Works programming with Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Center. And then State Senator Jay Costa talks the budget. And then we'll open the phones up, and I'm sure this Guthrie case will be driving a lot of those calls later tonight. Your Pratt Pack till 10, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. You feel that cold air through your windows? Your heating bills feel it too. Nest Expressions Window Fashions has the fix. Check it out. My good friend Lisa offering free upgrade. The thermal suede lining on every new drapery purchased through February. Keep the warmth inside your home thanks to Lisa and her distributor of the finest energy-efficient lining. Lisa's draperies are made right here in Pittsburgh. The finest quality, the best price. No middlemen. 724-933-5500 or nestexpressions.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 57 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. There appears to be some action in Arizona regarding the Nancy Guthrie cases we've been telling you. A cable news outlet reporting that nearly a dozen FBI agents have been spotted near the home of Annie Guthrie, which had also been searched yesterday. SWAT vehicles were also seen being deployed, apparently in connection with the Guthrie investigation. That wrong-way driver in the accident that closed I-70 for nearly 11 hours has now been identified as 80-year-old Daniel Oliver of Greensburg. State police say he was heading west in the eastbound lanes, hit a tractor-trailer head-on, and then collided with two more 18-wheelers. The first tractor-trailer caught fire. State Trooper Rocco Gagliardi tells KDKA Radio News that it's amazing that no one was killed.
It's incredible how no one seems to have suffered a fatality here. Just with the rate of speed and the collision on the curve, very lucky no one got seriously injured and or deceased from that crash this morning.
Facing growing calls for his resignation, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick admitted Tuesday to having lunch on Jeffrey Epstein's private island back in 2012, but strenuously denied any closer relationship with the convicted sex offender. Also on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are getting to look at files associated with him. Danny Bensky is an Epstein survivor and spoke with CBS's Ed O'Keefe about the release of this set of documents.
The incompetence is the strategy here. This idea of throwing all the survivors' names out there. So now they're pulling documents offline to now redact. So we actually don't know what is being pulled down for our lawyers to work on and what is being pulled down for other reasons.
Pittsburgh will host the Division II Basketball National Championships for both men and women for the NCAA next month. The event takes place Tuesday, March 24th through Saturday, March 28th. Jim Britt, Vice President of Sports Pittsburgh, tells KDKA Radio that these games will bring a big economic boost to the city.
As you can imagine, with 16 teams coming in, and those 16 teams are coming in from all across the country. And so with those teams come fans, students, professors, parents, friends who want to come in and see their friends and family compete in these games. And so it's great. It fills up the hotels.
Pittsburgh police say a man is now facing felony aggravated assault charges in connection with a weekend stabbing in Allegheny West. 62-year-old Gerald Harris is also being charged with resisting arrest and other crimes for the stabbing, which happened on the 900 block of Western Avenue on Saturday. The stabbing victim was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Well, there's a different type of cattle call in Butler County where volunteer firefighters came to the rescue of 7 cows that got stuck in the mud. The Unionville Volunteer Fire Company responded Monday night to Muddy Creek Drive in Center Township for reports of cows that were stuck in a frozen pond. The water the cows were in was shallow, but there was thick mud trapping them. Butler Eagle reports after being unable to lure the cows out of the ice, first responders used machinery that they described as similar to a 4-wheel drive forklift to bring them to safety. KDK Sports, Pitt men at home tonight hosting Duke at 9, and Team USA brought home multiple medals today in curling and alpine skiing at the Winter Olympics. CBS News' Seth Doan has more now.
Americans also got a bronze medal in the alpine women's team combined today. Lots of attention on that as Breezy Johnson, the newly crowned gold medalist from Sunday's downhill race, teamed up with the most decorated alpine skier ever, Michaela Schifrin. They came in fourth. Their teammates Jackie Wiles and Paula Moltzan teamed up and got a bronze.
KDK Radio News Time 7:03. It's 57 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update's at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Close your eyes and picture it. You at your ideal weight. You feel lighter, healthier, unstoppable. Your energy is through the roof. Your confidence is soaring. And the mirror, it finally reflects the real you. I'm Dr. Bridget Chufo, and I can make that vision a reality. With weight loss therapy, supplements, and even weight loss shots, it's about you. With the right guidance and motivation, we will stay on track. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN and be the real you.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy for tonight. We'll have a couple of snow showers, which could be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. Then mainly cloudy, breezy, much colder tomorrow with a few flurries, high 33. There will be some flurries tomorrow night as well. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, it's a warmer day, the first one in a long time, and for people who have been stuck inside, not just because of the cold weather, but because the ability to not feel the earth under their feet because of neuropathy, a nice day to see the sunshine. But you know what? They're making people smile every day because they continue to help thousands at the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers that are located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. And the man behind the brand, Dr. Sean Ritchie, is with us right now. And this show, of course, streaming Metropolitan Window video screen by going to KDKRadio.com and clicking on KDK Watch, our YouTube channel, and, of course, on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and their traditional way at KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. So, if you know anybody dealing with neuropathy, please have them listen. Tell them there is hope. And if you or someone dealing with it, you are definitely here at the right time to hear what they are doing every day. And remember, that first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. One of the largest neuropathy centers in the country with the most experience successfully have treated over 15,000 neuropathy patients, mostly powerful, non-invasive, FDA-approved technology on the market today. And they are 100% devoted to treating peripheral neuropathy only and are the experts in this industry. And again, if you know anyone who has neuropathy, please give them this info and tell them that there is hope. And remember, if you call tonight during this show to get the first consultation, examination, and treatment free, leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours. And here is their number, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. Dr. Ritchie, it's great to see you again. And I was thinking earlier today about you being here tonight. And, you know, everybody worries just about slipping on the ice. But imagine if there even isn't ice, and every day you're concerned because of neuropathy that you may slip and fall, dealing with it 365 days a year, 24/7, 7 days a week.
Yeah. Well, good evening to you. Yeah. I mean, we hear this all the time. I mean, whenever these people start to get peripheral neuropathy, one of the first things they get is numbness. Starts with their toes and works its way back. So they do have trouble feeling the ground. And you listen to their story. Like I had a lady in today, and she said, I just feel like I'm walking on sponges. You know, it just feels like there's this big sponge between your foot. Some people will say it feels like a bevel, like a boat. You know, it's like I'm rocking on the ground. And another guy in yesterday, and he works on a farm. And he's like, when I walk from barn to barn, he's like, I used to bebop down and not think twice about it. And now he says, I got to like watch every step that I do. He goes, that undulated ground is very difficult for me. And he goes, I'm at a point now where I'm starting to have falls. And that's one of the big things, you know. Neuropathy is generally somebody that's older gets it, 50s, 60s, all the way up into the 90s. It's usually those are the people that get peripheral neuropathy. And what's the one thing that you don't want to do when you get older? is falls, right? A lot of different things, broken bones, broken arms, skull fractures, but you get a broken hip, there's some fatal consequences there. So we definitely focus on that with patients. They come in, they have all their symptoms, all their bad stuff that they think about, the burning, the stabbing. But one thing we definitely want to do is try to restore their balance. We do that by regenerating these nerves and getting them to feel the ground better so they don't have that sponge between them or that rocker boat, so they could walk between the barns and stuff like that. So we actually do set goals like that for patients that are coming in so that they can actually get back to life and not think about their feet.
And it also removes that thing that we talk about, the D word, depression. Imagine if you are an active person and you were maneuvering around those barns with whatever animal you had to take care of or be a participant in, whether riding a horse or what have you, and then all of a sudden everything comes to a screeching halt.
Yep.
To deal with that mentally has to be devastating.
Let me paint a picture for you.
Okay.
And this is what I hear every day, and it all depends on where they are. I mean, I had a 37-year-old woman in yesterday, very young. I have people that come in their 80s, 90s, but all in between. But here's what they come in and they start to tell you. They're like, hey, and it depends on where they are in the leg and the journey, but it starts with somebody, okay, I've had this for a couple months. I've got this numbness in my toes. It started in my big toe and it rolled across to the others. Now it's in both feet. And you know what? It's starting to roll back, Dr. Sean. It's rolling back to the ball of my foot. And I got this like bunched up sock. Gentleman told me, he goes, I feel like the guy that walks between the barns said, I feel like there's a like bunched up sock, like this big cushion right between my toes and the ball of my feet. That's always the beginning stages of it. And it's nice to catch people then because it's an easier case. You're catching it early, but you also don't have to go through all the symptoms. That continues. That is the worst part about this. So when somebody starts to say that, I know for a fact that it's just going to get worse. And how it gets worse is it continues to work its way back, works its way to the ball of the foot, to the heel, rolls up into the ankle, and all the way up into the knee. And then it'll get that numbing sensation, and then it pulls into the pins and needles, that tingling kind of feeling. Feels like you got that humming in the feet and the toes, and now here comes the balance issues. But that's kind of the main symptoms. But then I like to call the other ones the a la carte symptoms. This is where some people get them, some people don't. But then it turns into this burning sensation. Now they're talking to their PCPs, and they're saying, hey, this is really starting to bother me. They do their blood work and they're checking to see if they have diabetes. Maybe they do an EMG where they stick needles in and turn the electric up. Super painful, not fun. Assessing large nerve fibers. This is a small nerve fiber problem. But then it gets into the stabbing pains, these electric shocks. The lady today says, I get these little, feels like a cattle prod, just hitting your foot out of nowhere. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And now you get referred to a neurologist. Now the neurologist does the same test on you. Ultimately, they come back and go, you know what? You've got peripheral neuropathy. And they're super happy to hear that in some sense because there's an answer. They say, sorry, there is nothing that we can do. But here's a medication that you can take to deal with it.
That you'll have to take the rest of your life, but it'll never fix it.
Not only doesn't fix it, Rob, it doesn't work. So what do? They go back the next 6 months, the next year, and they run the same test on them. And they come back and tell them the same answer. You've got it. There's no hope. There's nothing that we can do. And what do? They up the dose. So 100 milligrams, 3 times a day of gabapentin turns into 300. I had a gentleman on, it was 900 milligrams, 4 times a day.
Oh, my goodness.
He's like, I don't even know my name. And
brain fog.
And then he said it doesn't really help. So that's the unfortunate thing. And over the years, 13 years, I've heard probably 25,000 stories. This is a lot of people suffering out there. They say over 30 million people have it. We cover the tri-state area. We have a lot of offices, so we hear lots of stories. We've helped over 15,000 with this.
Incredible.
So it's still to this day, listening to the stories today, still blows my mind what somebody has to go through, and then they think that there's nothing that could be done.
Well, there is something that can be done, and that's why we're giving you this offer. And you're going to hear one of our success stories from Wendy King coming up in just a little bit. So you're not going to want to miss her out of the news at 7:30. But they are located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDancedIn.com. There is hope for neuropathy. They've helped over 15,000 people. Let them help you. Make the call tonight. Leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours, and you'll get the first consultation, the examination, and treatment, all free. But you've got to call now. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. Back with Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with your Prat Pack for a Tuesday night on KDKA in minutes.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
I'm Mike Broniszewski of Sarver True Value.
And I'm Andy Amrine of EV True Value. The temperature can get pretty low here in Pittsburgh. On those cold days, True Value features heat holders to keep you warm from head to toe. Heat holders, hats, gloves, socks, and feet warmers are available in various colors and styles for men, women, and children. Heat holders in True Value, making life warmer. EV True Value and Sarver True Value, proud supporters of KDKA's Warmathon.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, you act today with the Tri-State Neuropathy Center. You can prevent your neuropathy from getting worse with a drug-free, painless, non-invasive, and FDA-approved treatment program that will help you get back to enjoying all the activities you love. I can attest to that. So what you need to do is to make the call tonight, leave your name and number, and a number that they can reach you during business hours, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000, marydanston.com. You call tonight, you'll get the first consultation, examination, and treatment free. And some people actually noticed a big difference after that very first treatment. So please don't miss this opportunity. And we have our success story, Wendy, coming up within just about 15 minutes. So I guess let's begin by talking about what is neuropathy, because we always have a few listeners who are listening and they realize this is something they may be dealing with. Doc.
Yeah. Neuropathy is it's a devastating disease. It really is. I mean, a lot of people out there think that, for one, they don't even know what it is, let alone they go to their doctor and been told they have it. But the discussion is hard to describe it. A lot of people say, I just don't know how to put words to what I'm feeling. And so they kind of feel like they're alone out there. Their docs are not really giving them answers, and they're acting like it's kind of a new thing. But they say approximately 10% of Americans suffer with this. So take 330 million people, that's 33 million people suffering with this. And it's wicked. It really, really just steals a person's life. And it's once you get it, it's going to keep getting worse. And that's the worst part about it.
Listen, we talked about the pain like a cattle prod, but ice cold, very hot. Numbness, fidgety feet, where you can't sleep. You wake up every few hours.
Yep.
I mean, you're unable to drive because you can't feel the gas pedal. I mean, there's walking steps. Just getting from the kitchen to the bathroom or go out and get the mail. Mm-hmm. This stops people literally in their tracks, figuratively and literally.
Yeah, Wendy's story. You're like talking Wendy's story when you hear her. And this is what we hear from everybody. Like just you know what the symptoms are: the numbness, the pins and needles, the tingling, burning, stabbing, electric shocks. You got a stinging feeling. cramps come into play. But it's what it does to you. You start to have the balance issues. You're not able to do the things that you do, like simply walk, go fishing, go hunting, go gardening, ride a bike. Simple little things in life. And then what about sleeping? Just like you said, these people, they go to bed, and a lot of times this likes to get worse at night. They may not even notice it during the day because they're moving around, their heart's beating, they're flushing blood down through those feet, getting oxygen and nutrients to those nerves. But what happens is those nerves don't get much at night, so they like to kick up. So what this all is it's a nerve problem. It's a neurological problem. You've got these little tiny microscopic little nerves in your skin, and they're called the peripheral nerves. They end at your toes. They start at your toes and work their way back. They sit at the top layer of your skin, and they're sensories. They make you feel things. When you walk, you feel the cold tile floor. You feel the carpet grains. You feel the hot water in the shower. These are things that these nerves like to feel. When they get damaged is when you start to get these feelings. And it likes to start at your toes and work its way back. And it's usually bilateral, but sometimes it could be just one foot. Actually can get it in your fingers too. And you get that numb feeling. You can't feel things, trouble picking things up, maybe dropping things, 100 reasons people can get this. But there's a top 4. The top 4, obviously diabetes. Everybody thinks that's the only thing that can cause this, but that's not the case. Chemotherapy is a very big one. People go through chemo or radiation. So type 2 diabetes generally get when you're older. Cancer treatments generally when you get older. Next thing is back issues. People that have like broken down backs, stenosis, disc problems, scoliosis, surgeries. These things can actually cause it. Then another one is a medication. There's several that can really kind of play a factor and start to make these little nerves start to die. But one in particular that I always ask is a cholesterol medicine or a statin drug. Yeah. And think about that. When you get older, you get one of those 4. You either have a back issue, you get cancer and go through chemo, you get heart disease and you get put on a statin, or you get diabetes. Or you have one of the 3, 2 of the 3, 4, or all 4 of them. And all 4 of these can cause these little nerves to start to die. And unfortunately, they're led to believe that nothing can be done. And to date, Rob, we're over 15,000 people. That's a lot of people that we can help.
That's staggering.
Yeah. And that's over 13 years. And, technology gets better. Obviously, when we first started this, the technology was not as advanced as it is today. And we can talk about, the different technologies. We have several components to our program. But there's a lot of things that come and go. I remember there was stem cell was a big buzzword for neuropathy, and obviously you don't hear about that anymore. You hear about shockwave therapy, that came and went. I heard these injections, and these things come and go. We've been here for 13 years, and it just works. It just works. We have the proven success. And it's non-invasive, it's drug-free, it's easy, you do it at home. Once we get you better, we can teach you how to do better. It's just like using the right tool for the right job. I talked about stem cell. Heck, I just had some in my shoulder. It's something that actually works really good. Along with that is laser therapy. Laser therapy works great.
So you got the stem cells?
I did.
Good.
I did.
Good for you.
I'm about 6 weeks out, and I'm finally feeling those changes, and I'm trying to save myself from surgery later.
Great.
So for the right job, the right tool, stem cell is great for that. Stem cell is not good for neuropathy. It's shockwave therapy. I had a little trial running back in about 8 years ago, and it made people worse. So we have that technology as a part of our group. The guy in Altoona actually has that. We have a guy in Cranberry with the laser. It's a 60-watt K4 laser, and it works great for the right job. Like for knees, for shoulders, for backs. It works awesome. I got some treatments from him too for my shoulder as it's going through the healing process. But the technology that we have is 100% focused on these little tiny nerves. And it's a way to help to dilate these blood vessels, bring oxygen and nutrients, help to regenerate them. And we have the most powerful technology on the market today. And it's rated. There's a scale that they rate this on. And that's why we're successful. I know there's some out there that are using some light therapy, but I just know, I've seen people come from other locations and try us, and we just see the advancement. I had a lady go 8 months with similar technology, and she ended up coming to us. In 3 months, I had her 85% better. I told her to go 2 more months. We had her at 100%, Rob.
That's a victory.
Yeah.
That's a major
She was
victory.
85 years old, so age doesn't make a difference with us.
No, because listen, here's the thing. You realize the little things make a big difference in your life. And when you get older, just to be able to take a walk on a nice spring day around the neighborhood, just to keep moving.
Yeah.
When that too is taken from you and you can't even get outside and hear the birds sing or feel the sun on your back, that's devastating for people.
Yeah.
So being able to just let them take those little steps that turn into giant steps, that's half the battle right there.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, you'll hear Wendy's story next segment, like what she's able to do. Like over Christmas, we were able to listen to some stories, I had this lady, Marie, this Italian lady that for years hasn't been able to cook, and that was her favorite thing to, cook these meals for Christmas. She was able to stand the entire day. She's told me I stayed up for 10 hours on my feet at the kitchen being able to cook for the family. She's
gotta love her for that.
I know. I was just disappointed she didn't invite me. I love Italian food, but no, just hearing these things that people can do, walk their dogs with their spouse, that they haven't been able to do, walk up and down the steps without holding that rail like it's your life savings, and these little things, when I get to hear these people come back and tell me, it's just great stories.
You're going to meet Wendy on the other side of the news, which is minutes away with David. But I want to remind everyone, we got this offer on the table. You have it. You think you have it. You know someone that has it. Make the phone call and leave your name and number and your first and last name. And when you do it tonight, make sure that you leave a number that they can reach you during business hours. And you're going to get the first consultation, examination, and treatment. All of that is going to be free. All you got to do is pick up the phone, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. Now, they are located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Their website, one word, marydancedin.com, marydancedin.com. Again, that number to get the first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. You can call right now, first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. Wendy King, that success story you don't want to miss. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers on the other side of the news for a Tuesday night on KDKA with your Pratt Pack.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
For
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 57 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. City leaders say new funding commitments are helping Pittsburgh move closer to stabilizing its vehicle fleet. During today's city council meeting, Councilwoman Barb Warwick said the investments should extend, though, beyond ambulances and snow equipment.
It also is about fire trucks and garbage trucks and police vehicles and vehicles that our inspectors use to drive around the city and vehicles that our parks departments use.
Warwick says the goal is to bring the city's entire fleet back to full capacity. Tickets are on sale for next month's NCAA Division II basketball championships here in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen has more.
8 men's and 8 women's teams will compete at Duquesne's UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse. Sports Pittsburgh Vice President Jim Britt says last year's event produced a few $1 million in economic impact, and they're expecting this year to be bigger with double the amount of teams coming in.
It's a great boon for Cooper Fieldhouse, for that area, downtown, all those little bars and restaurants right there in Uptown and then downtown as folks come in to see their student athletes compete for the championship.
The tournament is scheduled from March 24th through 28th. Tickets are available by day or the entire tournament at sportspittsburgh.com. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
In sports, good news for Team USA in curling tonight at the Winter Olympics in Italy. CBS News' Seth Doan has more.
I'm Seth Doan in Cortina. Some good news for the USA in the field of curling tonight. The team of Corey Teesey and Corey Dropkin gave Team USA its first medal in Olympic mixed doubles curling, winning the silver here in Cortina Tuesday evening in a very close game against Sweden, which ended up pulling ahead at the very end to get the gold.
KDK Radio News time 7:31. Our next update's at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-0000. 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a lot of clouds around for tonight. A couple of snow showers, which will be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30, and much colder for tomorrow with clouds and a few flurries, high 33, and highs only in the 20s Thursday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Selling your home shouldn't be stressful or take months to do. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, you skip the showings and repairs and get right to the closing table. For a quick, fair cash offer, visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We are back with Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia, MaryDansden.com. And again, we have this offer for you waiting. All you need to do is to pick up the phone, leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours. You'll get the first consultation, examination, and treatment free. 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. And here she is, Wendy. Welcome to KDKA, and Dr. Ritchie and I would love to hear your success story. Good evening.
Hi, thank you for having me. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Great, Wendy. How you doing?
Good.
Did you enjoy the weather today?
Oh, yes, I sure did. Boy, it was nice to get out there and do stuff.
Oh, my goodness. It was a little bit better than -9 yesterday morning, huh?
It was awful. I'm glad to have this.
I know. Well, hopefully it'll stay this way for a while.
For sure.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show and telling your story. I know you're taking time out of your night, but I know we met about three months ago, and you told me your story. This all began about 4 years ago, huh?
Yeah, around 4 or 5 years ago, and it progressed quickly. I was really surprised how fast it got worse and how bad it got. You know, it was to the point of worried in another year if I was going to be in a wheelchair or not, because the pain was just so horrible, and stumbling around because I was losing my balance so often. It was awful.
Yeah, scary, isn't it?
It sure is, yeah.
I know you were stumbling around, worried about being in a wheelchair, but what were you going through, and where were you feeling that?
In my feet, up to maybe mid-calf. It was just pins and needles and just like this shocking feeling where your leg kind of just jumps out from underneath you, how bad it was, and just pain that I can't even explain. It was just so bad. Keep you up all night long. I wasn't sleeping. I was starting to get depressed because I couldn't go shopping. I couldn't enjoy the grandbabies, and and it was bad. So now I can. No thanks. No thanks. All thanks to you, doctor. And
that's scary though. Scary though. You were telling me about your sleeping. It was like, this is what we were talking a little earlier about sleeping. This is like a classic thing. Explain how a night was for you.
Yeah, when you go to bed with pain and you just pray that it stops and you're able to get some sleep, but you lay there tossing and turning for hours, and it feels like the sheets are razor blades on your feet, and to get back up and walk around and sit and walk around, and might doze off for an hour and right back up again because the pain was just so bad. And every time you move your foot, it felt like, razor blades on your feet. And it's just something I can't explain because it's just so bad.
And this was almost every night, wasn't it?
Oh, it was every night, yeah. There was no relief. I had tried everything under the sun, from different shoes to inserts to creams to you name it, I bought it. And it had to be thousands of dollars in money just almost thrown away because nothing worked.
Right.
Until I stumbled across you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, finding us and coming in. But I'm sure you were led down a long road, PCPs, and they gave you probably medications, right? The gabapentins of the world, and
Oh yeah. Start off with 100 milligram once a day, and then it goes up to 3 times a day at 300 milligram or 600 milligram, and and the next time I go to the doctor, I'm going to try to start backing off of that because that's how good I feel now.
Wow, that's great. I know that I know you're a big baker, and I know that was something that you weren't able to do. So tell me how the results are. So we're 3 months out. I know what you're doing. I know how you're feeling. We did some testing on you. So tell me how life is for you now.
It's awesome. Just to have my life back is just amazing and such a blessing because, when it became kind of a little joke, my sister, I would keep my tennis shoes in the car because I could only wear them a short amount of time. So when we go into a store, I would change out of my sandals and put my tennis shoes on. So my sister, she's like, "Oh, hold on, Mr. Rogers got to change her shoes." But now I can wear my shoes all day long. I can walk barefooted. I can enjoy just walking with the kids or playing with the kids or baking or even my own housework.
Right.
It's like the little things we take for granted, and now I can do it all over again, and just amazing.
That's beautiful. And sleep? How's your sleeping?
Oh, my. I sleep like a baby.
Yeah. No more problems there. No more pacing floors, right?
Not too often. Maybe twice, I believe, since my first treatment.
Wow.
I got up, and the pain was bad, but I don't want to say bad. I shouldn't say bad.
Yeah.
Because it was very mild compared to what it was before. It was even tolerable now. My bad days is still tolerable.
Yeah.
So it's
2 times. I always call them the little reminders, letting you know that, hey, remember how bad this was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's great. That's so good to be able to hear that you're sleeping and back and just doing the simple things, like you said, the chores in the house. Like, I hear a lot of people say they just can't do that, but I actually have some people tell me that I'm not allowed to tell their spouse so that they don't have to continue doing the chores.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. I have to say I was so skeptical when I first come to see you, and I just kept thinking about it, and I talked to my sister, my husband, and I'm like, I don't know, I just don't know if I should do this. I've tried everything under the sun. You know what? I was like, I'm throwing caution in the wind, and if it don't work, it don't work. I just have to try. I've seen so many good reviews, online, and I was like, maybe it's something that God led me to you, and I feel that's what it was.
Amen. Yeah, it is. I mean, I was skeptical too, Wendy. When I first started, I just never thought that it would work. The technology, you look at it and you're like, this is what's supposed to help me after 4 years of looking. That's going to be my answer. Yeah. And, but I really appreciate you trusting us because we know it works. There's a lot of people out there feeling like there still was no hope, but you telling your story obviously is what we hear every day, and I can't thank you enough. And your skepticism isn't like everybody else out there has the same thing. So I appreciate it.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and that first treatment even was just, I was able to put my tennis shoes on and go to the store and come home, and I looked down, I'm like, well, I still have my shoes on. That's odd. And I was like, wait a minute. Something must work with this guy. So,
I know. That we love to hear that, like when people get those quick results, and a lot of people, I think it might be placebo, but I feel better, but it's not. It's a way to help to regenerate those nerves, and you're sitting in a really good spot. And the best part about it from here, Wendy, 2 things. One, you and I are partners for the rest of your life, which is a great thing. So if anything ever does happen, you just give us a call. But, doing a simple little maintenance with this, how easy is the therapy, right? It's easy to do, right?
Oh, it is. Yeah. I mean, just a little bit of time, a couple times a day, and just the results speak for themselves.
Yeah. And it's at your home, which is nice. So, but now keeping it here is going to be super easy. We got you, working towards the maintenance phase, and you'll be able to manage these results the rest of your life. So that'll be great. That'll be awesome. I'm super happy for you, Wendy.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for doing what you do, because without you, so many of us would be still suffering, the unimaginable.
Yeah. I'm always excited for that. All these people, well, I don't know where they would be if they didn't do the program. So I appreciate you trusting in us.
Thank you. I appreciate you trusting in me to,
get you through it.
Get me through it, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, my dear, and telling your story. You're going to help a lot of people.
Thank you, Wendy. Great job. Hey, many people suffering from neuropathy, debilitating symptoms, give up hope to, regaining their lives. As traditional treatments have been disappointing, there is hope. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has successfully treated and helping neuropathy sufferers since 2013. The professionals at Tri-State Neuropathy Centers understand full well how to help people with neuropathy. They have treated over 15,000 patients who have suffered from peripheral neuropathy and have a 90% patient satisfaction rate. They have become one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country. And like Wendy, you could be our next success story. And tonight, here's the opportunity. You call this number now. Leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. First consultation, examination, and treatment is free. We'll be back.
We're only 72 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. Their only concern is your best interest. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
Hi, Paul Alexander with some breaking news. This September, head west with me for a 5-day Arizona adventure based in beautiful Flagstaff, where cool mountain air and wide open skies still mean something. From there, we'll explore Sedona's Red Rock Country, where freedom feels as big as the views. Stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon, one of America's greatest natural treasures, and take in the crystal blue waters of Lake Powell, carved by time, grit, and nature, not Washington bureaucrats. 5 days, one unforgettable trip, history, adventure, and American beauty, all without the crowds or summer heat. September's the perfect time to go, and these spots will fill up quickly. Don't wait. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Travel with KDKA.com to book your Arizona escape and see firsthand what makes this country worth exploring. Call 800-383-3131 or go to travelwithkdka.com for all the details and to reserve your spot. That's 800-383-3131 or travelwithkdka.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss meatless meals and seafood recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're going to recap here with Dr. Richie. An amazing show tonight, and thanks again to Wendy for calling in with her success story. I do want to remind you, they have 7 locations: Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Their website to find out everything about who they are and what they can do for you, or if you know someone suffering from neuropathy, marydancedin.com. The phone number, 724-940-9000. And if you call that number tonight, leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours. You'll get your first consultation, examination, and treatment free. 724-940-9000. So here we go. 4th segment, the final segment tonight. It's all yours, Docs. Go ahead.
Yeah. One thing that Wendy said, it's just like, and I don't want to say any age, but she's young. She's a younger person and lots of life to live. And she said, I was looking to possibly be in a wheelchair the rest of my life. Like, if you're given that fate and thinking it's just because my feet are hurting so bad and they're so numb, that's kind of not a really good fate. And then to hear that it's going to get worse and they're only going to put it on a higher dose of a medication, that's what we hear all the time. So, like, when I think of people like Wendy, and if she didn't come in or she walked away and she was too skeptical to make the decision to give it a shot, where would she be? Not only today, 90 days later, where would she be next year? Where would she be in 5 years? I think of all the people, over 15,000 people that we have treated. Where would they be today? Like I had a guy named Dan, and we did a test on him. This test showed him that he only had 10% functionality, had all the symptoms just like Wendy did. He lives alone. He has absolutely nobody at the house. What happens when Dan falls? He has balance issues. He was struggling getting around, even driving. People lose ability to feel the pedals. They don't know whether they're on the gas or the brake. And right now, if you've got neuropathy, that's your fate. Like, that's going to happen. It's just how fast. Neuropathy is a progressive disease. So I always think of these people that come in, especially these people that live by themselves and they need their independence. I don't care if it's Dan or if it's Mary or whoever it is that has it, they're going to eventually need some assistance because it's going to take over their lives. Not only their sleeping, not only your balance, but your simple thing of independence. So, she made a really good point there. Like, I was just worried about my future. And the worst part about it is they're always told that there's nothing that can be done. 13 years of doing this, I still hear the same stories. Like, my doctor told me there's nothing that can be done. My oncologist, they do great jobs. But when it comes to neuropathy, I'm telling you right now, Rob, I love what we do. We have the best technology. It's non-invasive. It's the most powerful. I've seen people try everything.
You see results every day.
I had a guy come in. They did a surgery, carpal tunnel.
Yep.
There's a thing called tarsal tunnel. They're like, we'll fix you. And they went through the whole surgery thinking it was tarsal tunnel. It didn't work. I've had a lot of people do that. And I hear all the stories. They try all these different technologies. They may get a little tiny relief. Maybe and God forbid you look up peripheral neuropathy and you get hit with all this different advertisements, for the best new cream, or here's this electrotherapy that you'll put your foot on a black pad and turn the electric up. It's going to heal you, or we can heal you in 6 days. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. This is all we do. This is what we focus on. We have the best technologies. We're always ahead of it. Over the years, we've developed an amazing protocol. We hit it from all these different angles. The technologies are non-invasive. Half of them you do at home, and it's super easy to do. I don't care how old you are. It's easy to do. Technologies we do in the office is used to assist in addressing not only the neuropathy, but helping you get better faster. So we have it. We have all the bells and whistles to help you with your neuropathy, and we have the best stuff on the market. So all you got to do is call us. We offer that free consultation. Listen, I was skeptical. Wendy was skeptical. Everybody coming through the doors is skeptical. But when you come in, whether it's in any of our offices, we have a very simple process. And we devote a while. We'll literally sit with you for anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half, and we go through your entire history. We try to figure out what the cause is. We run this test. The test is not an EMG that's painful. It's a very simple 2-minute exam, and it tells us the answers. And a lady today, I was kind of on the fence. She wasn't exactly describing it to the T till we ran the test. And sure enough, she was only 30% functionality. I'm like, well, you got it. And that's our answers. And at that point, Rob, I get to tell them, all right, you've got peripheral neuropathy, the good, the bad news. But the great news is this is who we've helped, and this is how we've helped. And almost everybody gets results. Almost like everybody gets 50 to 100% better. That's pretty good.
But what I said earlier in the broadcast, if you have it, it's debilitating. And if you just get a little bit of a game changer as far as difference, it can go a long way to make you feel so much better.
You're absolutely right. I get people that say, if you give me 5%, 10%, I always shoot for 50 or above. But there's some people that come in that are very advanced, and I'm straight shooters with them when I'm like, hey, listen, you're here. I'm just going to do my best to stop this thing, which is an elite case. But some people are just so far advanced. That's why I tell everybody, if you're sitting there right now thinking you might have it, or you've had it for a year, or you're trying to find the answer, don't wait. Don't try to chase the medical and drugs and testing or different therapies. It's a newest thing out that's going to come and go. Just call us. I mean, you're going to understand exactly what we do at the end of a visit. You're going to get a very thorough consultation exam and everything by the end. And if you're not a candidate, we turn people away all the time, and we generally know where to point you. So just make the call. Come in. It's a very simple process, and it costs you absolutely nothing.
Well, you will be back on March the 8th, a Sunday morning. Until then, continued success, and I really appreciate how you've gone the extra mile by opening all of these locations to make it easier for people to get to you to get results, and that speaks volumes for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, I want to remind everyone, you can do it now, even though we're leaving the airwaves. Somebody you know that has it, you're dealing with it, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Call this number, leave your first and last name and a working number that they can reach you during business hours, and you'll get the first consultation, the examination and treatment. All of that will be free. Here is the number, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. All right, stay with us. Much more to come tonight with your Pratt Pack. David Bolorado coming up next with the news, and then we'll continue for this Tuesday night on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Again, that number, Tri-State Neuropathy Center, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. First and last name and a number they can reach you during business hours. You get the first consultation, examination, and treatment free.
The proceeding was paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath,
When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 57 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Investigators looking into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie have released surveillance images of a masked suspect at her front door. FBI Director Kash Patel described the person as an armed individual who tampered with Guthrie's doorbell camera. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti has more on the latest developments in the case.
A masked person, armed with what appears to be a weapon, approaches. What do you see when you look closer at that video?
Take a look at each piece of clothing, the backpack, look at his eyebrows, the ski mask, and then collectively watch how he walks. Look at his gait. Somebody's going to know that if this is a relative of theirs or a friend or a coworker.
Jason Pack is a retired FBI special agent. He points to the backpack filled with material, a treasure trove of clues in just a few seconds of video.
And a cable news outlet reporting that nearly a dozen FBI agents have been spotted near the home of Annie Guthrie, which was also searched yesterday. SWAT vehicles were also seen being deployed, apparently in connection with the abduction. The investigation continues after that wrong-way accident on Interstate 70 in Hempfield Township that closed the highway for 11 hours today. The driver of an SUV, 80-year-old Daniel Oliver of Greensburg, allegedly hit a tractor-trailer just before 1 this morning, then hit a second, ricocheting between those two before then hitting a third tractor-trailer. As State Police Trooper Rocco Gagliardi notes, this type of accident has been on the increase.
We have experienced more wrong-way collisions this past week than the normal. Not the first time the Pittsburgh-ish region has experienced a wrong-way driver, but something we notate, and we send that information to our partners as well.
Another big sporting event is coming to Pittsburgh. The city is hosting the NCAA Division II Basketball Championships. The nation's top 8 men's and women's teams will be competing for the national titles at UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse at Duquesne University. Jim Britt, Vice President of Sports Pittsburgh, tells KDKA Radio that this event will showcase elite talent and deliver thrilling matchups for fans across the region.
We'll have a few thousand folks each day at Cooper Fieldhouse filling the arena, cheering on their teams, and it's a really great opportunity to show off the city of Pittsburgh. The NCAA keeps bringing these events back to Pittsburgh because of how well the city shows up for these, and so we're thrilled to have these folks coming back in again to compete for this really, really incredible tournament.
The University of Pittsburgh is moving this year's commencement ceremony to Acrisure Stadium. Pitt says moving the May 3rd graduation to the stadium ensures that every eligible grad can participate, as well as being able to get the right amount of tickets for family and friends. While being questioned by Democrats today, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick acknowledged that he had met with Jeffrey Epstein twice before the late financier's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a child. Senior White House correspondent Wei Zhejiang has more of the details.
The White House is standing behind the Secretary of Commerce today. Caroline Leavitt said that the president still has full confidence in him, that he fully supports the secretary, and that Lutnick remains an important member of this administration.
KDKA Sports Team USA brought home a silver medal in curling tonight at the Winter Olympics. CBS News' Seth Doan has more.
There's been a lot of excitement about curling, which started before the official opening games began and continues throughout the entire Olympics. And there are a lot of Americans here in Cortina cheering on their curling teams. When we're seeing big groups of people with U.S. flags or hats or outfits or scarves with the American flag, they're often here cheering on the curlers. And to see this duo, Corey Tesi and Corey Dropkin, do so well was exciting for the Americans here.
KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth. Give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com. because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Sheena Easton live in concert. Coming to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 7th. Grammy Award-winning artist Sheena Easton brings her 4 decades of timeless classics to Pittsburgh this March. Get reserved seats now at librarymusichall.com. Sheena Easton, March 7th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Another Drusky entertainment event.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy for tonight. We'll have a couple of snow showers, which could be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. Then mainly cloudy, breezy, much colder tomorrow with a few flurries, high 33. There will be some flurries tomorrow night as well. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Pratt on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, State Senator Jay Costa now, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can hear it and see it stream live, KDKRadio.com. We're going to talk the budget in just a moment, but your expertise, because at one time you were the sheriff of Allegheny County, I have to ask you about the big story trending right now. Armored SWAT vehicles, bomb squad, have departed the sheriff's office in Arizona. There's been word from one source that is TMZ that there's been activity in some Bitcoin account somewhere. Just your thoughts about what's happening with Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, the host of the Today Show. This has been driving the headlines, and it seems to get more bizarre by the minute. But one thing is for sure, Cattell Pash, of course, the FBI director, gets involved. All of a sudden now we have security footage and photos of what they believe to be the suspect wearing a ski mask and wearing a backpack, obviously disarming and removing those Ring cameras at the home of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah. And we understand now that these officers are at the home of the daughter, Ann's house, as we speak, combing the area. So just from a law enforcement point of view, something you did at one time as sheriff of Allegheny County, just your thoughts, Jay, about this story. Good evening.
Well, it's a tragic situation, and not knowing what the circumstances are, and it's concerning in terms of how this woman has been abducted and under the circumstances, and not having good, clear conversations with the abductors. It's frustrating that these are the type of things that go on in high-profile individuals, and it's sad. I'm hopeful it's a positive ending. But you just don't know. And I think law enforcement is a difficult task to figure out what's taking place. I think the FBI has the resources to be able to really put a higher level of investigation into the mix, as they did, for example, with the ring camera situation, where it was believed that there was no footage, and they were able to work with folks to get a level of footage. So those are all important things as we go forward, knowing what's happening along those lines. And I'm hopeful that a positive outcome, like many people are.
Absolutely. Last thing on this, one of the things that I've been talking about the last couple of days, because of knowing people in law enforcement and in security, there are cameras everywhere. And I couldn't figure out why they didn't have footage. But now it seems as though the FBI has ramped it up to where they are seeing that there were cameras along the way connected to telephone poles and what have you. I think the people need to know, no matter who you are, good or bad, every move you make now is being watched. Do you think people realize how many cameras are out there just at traffic lights alone in our country now?
I don't think people recognize or realize that in terms of what they're exposing themselves to when they're out walking in the public. Ring cameras on doors of homes and cameras on street telephone poles and the like, and dash cameras going on people have on their cars and police cars and the like. there's just so many ways people can record where you've been and what you're doing. And then certainly with cell phone technology and being able to ping where somebody's at, you're able to connect all these dots through the process. And I don't think people realize that everything is being watched so closely. That's where we are today with our technology.
Listen, I have to ask about ICE and obviously what's going on there. Minneapolis, according to Governor Walz, that could be disappearing very soon as far as those ICE agents in Minneapolis, and others, including politicians from this region and citizens, have been protesting and doing it respectfully locally against ICE. Now there's funding issues as far as the Capitol is concerned. Even the president realizes things have to be done differently. Just your thoughts about ICE, because this is a local story too. Jay.
I do think things have to be done differently. I think some of the incidents that we've seen around the country certainly are not what people intended. I don't think that's what the governor or the administration, I should say government, would like to see have taken place. I think they need to be more thoughtful in their approach and how they're abducting people or taking people or arresting people, whatever the case might be. We just can't have these type of situations, for example, with what occurred in Oakmont, where they abducted somebody from in front of their family when he was here legally, had appropriate papers and the like, but for the ability for U.S. senators and congresspeople to intervene, that person may still be sitting in a prison down in a holding center down in West Virginia. So need to be more thorough in terms of their background research and the like, and making sure that they're apprehending the people that we truly want to apprehend, and those that are ones that have committed, violent crimes, for example. I don't buy into this theory that simply because they're here on an extended visa or extended work visa, whatever it might be, that constitutes a criminal offense, and that's the only thing they have. I think I saw a statistic that said a significant percentage, maybe almost half the people that have been apprehended have been folks who have no criminal record outside of being here without appropriate documentation. And that's really disappointing and frustrating. And I think that's what people want to see changing going forward.
Actually, the story, 14%, that's the amount that have actually had criminal records, only 14%. All right, now.
Right. So it's a significant portion that didn't have any criminal record. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Okay, now to the business at hand. The governor's come out with this budget and already a little bit of pushback from the other side. Do you think it's more about because it's a governor's race and they're trying to get a little bit of leverage as opposed to really looking at this budget as being a solid budget for Pennsylvania?
I mean, I think it's a solid budget for Pennsylvania, but I also recognize how the other side sees it. They see it as a situation where, the governor's making a proposal that I think is appropriate and a good one, and we have the resources to support it, but they don't see it that way. I think their mindset is that they want to preserve as much of our resources as possible. The governor's proposal reaches into the rainy day fund, of which is about $8 billion, and uses a significant portion of that to be able to fund this upcoming year's budget. But this upcoming year's budget makes, again, historic investments in education, which we're required to do, as well as also growing other economic development programs. Innovate PA, a significant program, trying to create a critical infrastructure fund. These are things that he wants to achieve, as well as making investments in other areas of education and economic development. So we believe it's an appropriate use of what's there in terms of our rainy day fund. My Republican colleagues simply don't want to spend as much as the governor wants to spend, and that's the rub. But they believe they're more fiscally conservative than I think some Democrats are. But at the end of the day, we will come together, we will reach a consensus, and we'll have an appropriate budget for the people of Pennsylvania.
Listen, nothing to do with Pennsylvania, but not too far away, just across the West Virginia line in Hancock County, where I spent a lot of years in radio doing sports and what have you. Have a lot of close friends there. Story was brought to my attention that kind of, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. A couple of schools, Oak Glen, which was a merger years ago of Chester Newell, New Cumberland, West Virginia, and Weir High, as in Weirton, West Virginia. School districts have been taken over by the state because there's just no money. I don't think people realize, unless we do our due diligence, something I think the governor and you all are trying to do on both sides of the political aisle, that stuff could start happening in Pennsylvania. So it really is a very scary time right now when it comes to things that need funded, like education, right?
Well, you're exactly right, Rob. In fact, that's what led to the court case that ultimately determined a couple of years back that our education, our basic education funding situation and formula in our Commonwealth was unconstitutional, and we had to change it. An 800-page opinion from Commonwealth Court judge that said, you guys need to go back in and change this. And that's what we're doing right now. And we're bringing back adequacy across the board, fairness and equity across all our school districts. But it's going to take several billions of dollars to do that. And we're going down a path over 7 years to get there. And that's why you'll see now some of the districts that are reaping the benefits of an adequacy formula where they were underfunded, inadequately funded in the past compared to all the school districts. So we have 330 school districts that are now underfunded that we're working to fund them adequately right now. This will be the third year out of 7. And in our area, for example, schools I represent, Woodland Hills and Penn Hills, for example, in Wilkinsburg, schools that historically have been underfunded now are receiving some of that adequacy bucket of money that we're providing each year to be able to help get them better, closer to an adequate level of funding for all school districts. There are some districts that aren't receiving any resources because they're already funding their districts at their students at an appropriate level. But that's exactly what's taking place. And if we don't do that, we'll see more school districts that'll be in financial distress. I work closely with Penn Hills to keep them out of financial distress status. Our Stove Rock School District has been in distress. Other school districts across the state have gone down that path where the state has taken them over. Duquesne, I believe, is still in financial recovery or financial distress with the state having taken over the school board. So it's happening here in Pennsylvania. We're working towards to eliminate that or minimize them and bring those districts out of the financial recovery stage that they're in now. And that's what we're working on right now.
All right, last thing before I let you go. So how do we start generating money in Pennsylvania? Where do you see the future as far as us in manufacturing or any way that we can actually start churning some revenue to help us with some of these issues?
Well, I can see it happening by growing jobs. When we grow jobs and have companies come here and make investments along the lines of large number of positions that'll be here, that's how we grow our revenue. And by making it also a more tax-friendly climate to attract more businesses here along those lines. That's how we do it. That's what we've been doing. We've been lowering our corporate net income tax. We worked on the net operating loss provisions. We are doing other things to be able to make a business environment that's going to be able to grow jobs. We're addressing the energy policy here in Pennsylvania to encourage energy development here. All things that have been we haven't been able to do the last couple of years, but in the last 3 or 4 years, we've been doing it. And I think that's the way we're going to generate revenue for the Commonwealth, by growing jobs, putting people to work here, and also having corporations come here and set up here and other businesses locate here and bring their employees here.
All right, Senator, always a pleasure. Thank you for your time tonight, okay?
Thanks, Rob. Always enjoy chatting with you.
All right,
Thank you.
The great Jay Costa. Always love talking about a number of things. But now we're going to flip the switch and get in on this Guthrie story because it's starting to really pick up steam. Let me just kind of get you caught up before we go to a break. And if you want to jump on the line with some of your theories, and if you've seen the footage, the video that was released by the FBI, I'd like to get your thoughts. SWAT teams, armored vehicles, bomb squads are now out and about in and around that area. Some officers have actually shown up at the home of Ann Guthrie, the sister of Savannah Guthrie. It seems as though that video has got some things going and the bushes have been shaken, and some people are out there wondering what's going to happen. Is this thing close to coming to an end? Do they have a suspect? Do they have a location? Do they have something of solid evidence that they can work with? So, and also Bitcoin activity in an account that was reported earlier tonight by TMZ, and now all the major news outlets are reporting on it as well. We'll have an update with CBS Radio News at the bottom of the hour, but this is a very unique case, and it just continues to have these twists and turns. I'd love to hear from you right now. Get on the phone. Give me a thought process of what you've seen and what you've heard. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today we honor the extraordinary life of Dr. Harry E. Lenazzi, a longtime physician at UPMC McKeesport and a proud member of the Tuskegee Airmen. He enlisted in the Army Air Forces at just 17 and flew combat missions during World War II across North Africa and Europe as one of the famed Red Tails. On one mission, his plane caught fire, but he stayed calm and safely landed it. After the war, Dr. Lenazzi spent nearly 50 years serving McKeesport as an emergency room physician and family doctor. His legacy reminds us that Black history is local history, and heroes often live right here in our community.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optulux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, it's time we get real. We talk about this Nancy Guthrie story. Who knows who is under that ski mask? But as I look into the eyes of these photos and this video, it could be a woman. Could be someone that knows the family. Somebody that maybe lives near the family. Could be family. Could be anyone. But this is what I would be asking if I were covering this story as a working journalist. Why is it that somebody could just walk up like that, remove these cameras when you knew that these cameras were gone because they stopped working at that time just about before 2 a.m. when she was taken from her home? Why now is this footage being shown? Was it the FBI? Did they get it from the cloud? Did they find it? Did they have the expertise? Or were they the only ones that had the tool to be able to retrieve it? And now why all of a sudden are armored SWAT vehicles being basically dispersed in and around that location? And bomb squads. What's all that about? Have they been having more communication with a possible suspect? And isn't it ironic? They mentioned the $6 million in Bitcoin that went back and forth. And now you have TMZ, who seems to always get the story first, that there's some sort of activity in a Bitcoin account. I know law enforcement does incredible work, and I will always support law enforcement. But how many of you agree or disagree with me that this sheriff's department may have dropped the ball? And sadly, Nancy Guthrie, 84 years of age, on daily medication, has been gone, not seen or heard from, in close to 2 weeks. That's not good. And maybe, only maybe, the assailant or assailants are ramping up activity because they know the clock is ticking against them, and maybe the reason we haven't seen or heard from her, God forbid, is maybe she is no longer alive. I'm just saying, I don't know, but I'm asking all these questions because I'm getting real about this. These are questions you have too. These are things going through your thought process too. And every major news cable outlet right now is going wall to wall with this, because they have boots on the ground, some of the most intense and professional journalists when it comes to these type of stories anywhere on the planet. And they realize now something is very close to getting done. That's why we'll be with you tonight until 10, and we'll have CBS Radio News throughout the night. And, of course, first thing tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show. One of the reasons why I jumped at the opportunity to talk to Jay Costa, former Allegheny County Sheriff. I think no matter where you're listening to me tonight, if you are a member of law enforcement, you're asking yourself the exact same questions because you're a lot smarter than me. You do this every day. And it just is so strange that we went all this time, all the videos that were put out by Savannah Guthrie and her family. Nothing. All we kept seeing and hearing was no person of interest, no suspect. They would basically comb an area, come back and do it again. That vehicle was removed. Blood that was tested that took days to find out that it was Nancy Guthrie's blood. And everybody said, well, the cameras are gone. The cameras are gone. We have nothing. Because the first thing all of us were saying, where's the footage? Where's the cameras? I mean, you can't walk out to get the mail without somebody filming you, right? There was nothing. Now, all of a sudden, we have these photos and this video that they are looping, as we say in the business, running over and over and over a graphic over the shoulder, whoever it is, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, over and over and over again. Coming in, still shots of the eyes, the ski mask. People saying how they held that backpack and maneuvered through the night. It was like something they were used to having on their back. So how many run-throughs did they have? How much thought process went into this? And how is it that this 84-year-old woman in the dark of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning was gone, vanished? And there's no actual visible evidence other than those droplets of blood. And it took almost 2 weeks to get the footage, I believe, because of the FBI getting involved in those Ring cameras. I mean, the first thing I thought of when this happened, I thought, they'll find her immediately. Because the average person, and you heard the senator say it, people don't realize how many cameras are out there, and there are a lot of them. They are everywhere. You can't blink without somebody seeing you, and they have the ability that they can zoom in and see the pores on your skin. But can somebody explain to me why it took so long? And if you're a member of law enforcement and you're listening right now, your expertise, feel free. It has to frustrate you because this is what you men and women do every day, and you are taken to the woodshed every time things don't go wrong. And I am not doing that, but you know exactly where I'm coming from. And the way they have handled this, and if the FBI solves this right away, that's not good for the future of just everybody who does this and puts their life on the line every single day, because you know what the average person is saying? If you can't find an 84-year-old woman whose daughter is one of the most visible and recognized names and faces in the country with deep pockets, then what chance do I have? And what is it going to make people believe when it comes to getting involved, actually speaking up? I mean, no one has said anything about this. They've not had one eyewitness. Nothing. All right, all of our lines are open. Give me your thoughts. What do you think is going on here? Give me some answers. What is happening? 866-391-1020. Your call's next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MediConnect. Details on how you can support are at kdkaradio.com. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020.
CBS News Brief. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt spoke about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. CBS's Weijia Zhang says she called it heartbreaking.
She also added that anybody who is involved in this depraved crime should be held to the fullest extent of the law, adding that President Trump wants anybody with information to come forward.
A 14-year-old girl told our Matt Gutman about a raid on a horse racing track in Idaho. The American Civil Liberties Union has now filed a federal civil rights lawsuit.
The ACLU in its lawsuit says that there were multiple children who were detained. Some of them were zip cuffed.
Medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder says rich people live longer.
Research shows that men in the top 1% of income live about 15 years longer than men in the bottom 1%. For women, it's about a 10-year gap.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a lot of clouds around for tonight. A couple of snow showers, which will be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. And then much colder for tomorrow with clouds and a few flurries, high 33, and highs only in the 20s Thursday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, everybody. McGraw-Milhaven here, host of America at Night. Be sure to tune in right here for the next show. We continue our series on the national parks, and we'll take a look at Volcanoes National Park from Hawaii. It's America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let's stay on this story because it is the lead story. It's the big story. And now with these SWAT teams and bomb squad out there doing their job in Arizona, TMZ talking about activity in a Bitcoin account, also the photos and the video of someone removing in a ski mask the cameras from the porch of Nancy Guthrie's house. So who did it? Who done it? What do you think? 866-391-1020. So why is this such a big story? And why is it so compelling? Because it's someone's mom. And let me just tell you, this is another example of what has happened to this country of ours. Who would it be? Anybody, whoever they do find out that has done this, and they will find out. And believe me, a wrath will come down on that individual or individuals like you can't imagine. Because law enforcement knows in that part of the country that they look bad right now. And if the FBI rides in and solves this and gets this thing solved within the next day or maybe even tonight, it's going to make the president look even better. Because it was him that basically said, Savannah, we're going to do everything we can to help you with this. And obviously, I think we know they're both on different sides of the political aisle. Once again, the president basically saying, look, this is bigger than any political party. And it is, because it's human interest. It's one of the reasons why I think he did and backpedaled a little bit, maybe not a little bit, but a lot when it comes to ICE because of what happened in Minneapolis. But who in their right mind, and obviously you have to think they're not in their right mind, sad to say, and there is help for that, and hopefully, if apprehended, whoever it is, they do get help, even if it is behind prison bars. Why would anyone do that to an 84-year-old woman? Why would anybody do that to an 84-year-old woman? Listen, I don't know. I mean, from Sinatra Jr. to the Getty family. Remember they took him and sent part of his ear back? The grandson. That gets away with kidnapping. You just don't. I've never heard of anybody ever getting away with kidnapping. Remember the Lindbergh baby? They don't get away with it. So what is the thought process that anybody would do such a heinous act? No matter where you go as far as the depths of your emotion, your mind, those dark and very desperate corners of your subconscious, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And if it is a friend, family member, or somebody that this woman trusted and knew, imagine all of a sudden you're awoke from a deep sleep and you're 84, shuffling for your glasses, trying to get your bearings about you. You're not 40, you're not 50, you're not 20, you're 84. And you're wondering, dear God, is this what has happened to me? Is this where I am at right now? Is this what is going to be my fate? I find this absolutely repulsive. And believe me, I had 10 things, and we previewed them in the 5 o'clock hour, the 6 o'clock hour that we were going to go with tonight. But now it's wall-to-wall. Regional SWAT team activated. Unclear if there is a Guthrie connection. That from CNN moments ago. What do you think? How does this make you feel? Doesn't it also make you realize how far we have fallen? How far we have fallen. That these are the types of crimes that we have to report on. Just when you think it can't get any worse. And look, this isn't because of who they are. It's about an 84-year-old woman. That's what it's about. All right, here's Lewis. Lewis, you're on the air on KDKA. How are you?
Hey, Rob. Great show again.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you that I worked down there in Nogales years ago, 50 years ago, okay? There's a lot of crime across the border there. And I suspect that's where she's at. She's over across the border. And it's not too far away from... She's from Tucson, right?
But listen, but what I don't understand... how somebody could have been planning this and doing this and in a neighborhood like that, and it took the FBI to get involved to find this security footage. What took so long?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to tell you something. If the right parts of the government get involved, they can read a license plate from outer space.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I think what's going on there is organized crime from the Mexican side. And in my opinion, I would like to see some remote viewers get involved and find these guys, because they can do that. They've done it for other.
Well, can I tell you what I think? I think it's someone she knew very well, because I'll tell you why I don't think it's any cartel or any organized crime. $6 million is chump change to them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Absolutely.
So I think this is someone she knew. Jealousy can run deep. It can cut to the core. Could have been a neighbor. Who knows? Somebody she met when she's out and about. I mean, all I know is this is a bold, brash move. But why in the world do we have to talk about these stories? That could have been my mother, could have been your mother. And with all the technology and everything that's out there today, how in the world does it take almost 2 weeks for us to see this footage? And where do they get it? And you know what? You're probably onto something. It was probably the FBI up in the cloud where it's stored. That's where they probably got it.
Well, yeah, but also things like doorbell cameras and all kind of cameras on the streets. People have all kind of security now.
But Lewis, here's the fact. I know that, but they had no footage, no suspect, no person of interest until the FBI, Cattell Pash, got involved, and this video of this person in a ski mask removing the cameras. I mean, it's just mind-boggling that we would have to wait this long. And let me say this. If that's the difference between life and, God forbid, death, somebody's going to have to pay. Somebody's going to have to pay, because if they get this suspect now, literally hours after these photos have been released and this footage, and when I look into the eyes of that ski mask, I don't know. It just looks more than you would normally see from someone committing that type of crime. And I would not be shocked if that person is not just the one that we all think, but someone that we would have never thought. I just have this feeling, looking into the eyes, it just is that feeling. It's what we least expect. Thank you for the call. 866-391-1020. Let's go to Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, how are you?
You know, I'm not going to change my stance on the responsibility of this family. I mean,
I know,
Anthony. Woman was 80-something years old with a pacemaker, and she had a beautiful home, but she shouldn't have been living there by herself.
Agreed.
And not having one of those alerts on her. I mean, you're willing to spend $6 million to pay hoodlums who stole her, but you couldn't have spent $500,000 to have around-the-clock security for the woman and an aide. If she's going to live on that property alone, then you folks have to make sure that you have mechanisms in place that would help her. If she has If she had a health episode, how would she alert anyone when she couldn't get to her phone? So, I mean, I don't understand it. That is more baffling to me. She could have been killed. Listen, I saw that area where she lives. They've got cougars and coyotes.
Yes, yes.
She could have been taking a rubber shot and the cougar got her. I mean, this is absurd that you live in Manhattan. You couldn't get your mom a condo in Manhattan? And she's in her late 80s with a bad ticker? I mean, people don't want this to talk about that portion of what's gone wrong here. But I'm sorry. That's gone wrong here. I mean, Savannah's brother and sister live 11 miles away. Your mother, who has a bad heart, couldn't live with one of you guys, or maybe one of you guys could have lived with her, or maybe some nephews or somebody. Or
listen, with that kind of wealth, and I also know because of doing an elder law show with Medicaid, Medicare, you can get in-house care. Somebody should have had in-house care. Look, I know they're going through a rough time, but I'm just making this point known because all of us need to face this reality. It is up to us to take care of our parents, and we have to do everything we can to do just that.
And people who have less money make sure that their relatives are secure in that manner. People who have less money. I mean, it doesn't. Money has nothing to do with it. I'm just baffled by that part of it. So I hope it's resolved, but the longer it takes, let's be honest, this situation doesn't look good.
So let me ask you, in your heart, and listen, it's all opinions, it's all just thought process because we need to talk about it. And folks, you need to step up and call me and give me your thoughts about this because this could happen to any one of us or our parents. If it can happen to somebody living in that community with the contacts and who that family is and the resources, it can happen to anyone. So my question is, what do you think happened? Down deep in your heart of hearts, what do you think? All speculation, but I'm curious. Go ahead.
Maybe cartel. It may be cartel.
But for $6 million?
Yeah, but then it looks like an amateur. So I don't know. I mean, he comes there, he sees the camera, he goes, picks up some bushes and covers the camera.
Are you sure it's a he?
It looks like a he. But you know what? You don't know.
Look into the eyes. Look into the eyes. Look into the eyes.
Hopefully it'll be resolved for the family and this poor woman.
That's the person I feel bad for. And let me tell you something. I still want to know why it took 10-plus days to see this footage. And if she is no longer on this earth, my goodness gracious, if they are able to apprehend these people or that person hours after that footage is released, I'd want to know why wasn't it released earlier? What happened? What flipped the switch? Why were they able to get it now after all these days? There's no way that they hold on to something like that when that can become a resource for people to be able to see.
Well, they had to get warrants. They had to get the Meta to get involved. They had to get it's in the cloud. I guess they assumed that once they took the camera, you couldn't find it, and probably some more scientific folks with the FBI got involved and had to push the sheriff's department out the way, and they took over. That's what happened. Jurisdiction was kicking in, and some people didn't want others to get involved, but by goodness, the president pushed all the resources for the FBI, but it might be a little too late, unfortunately, and I hope not. I hope this woman's found, and these perpetrators are caught and given the maximum of justice. Thanks, man.
Horrible. Good stuff. Thanks, Anthony. We're going to take a break. I got to hear from you about this. I'm not going to stop. This is the story. Everyone's wall-to-wall with it, and so are we. And again, we'll have the latest throughout the night, CBS Radio News. They're up next again in just about 10 minutes at 9 o'clock. We'll be back.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze.
it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell consult. The Cordell consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I want to take some calls here. Let's keep them coming until 10 o'clock. Because I'm so perplexed by this that it's hard for me to actually concentrate without wanting to watch the television. If they solve this thing and we're finally seeing this footage and it took the FBI to get it, questions need to be answered. All right, James in Washington, you're on the air with your Pratt Pack KDK. Hey, James.
Rob Pratt, I got it figured out.
Okay.
Why they had 2 ransoms and never answered the money for demand.
Okay.
They never wanted any money. They took her, and she's going to be either buried or something, and they're waiting on the insurance money when the settlement comes. It'll be somebody in the will or a family member. That's my opinion.
So you think it's actually somebody in the family or someone that is connected to her that could actually reap the benefit of her dying by capitalizing on life insurance? Is that what you're telling me?
That's why they never wanted any ransom money, because they didn't plan on that in the beginning. That was just a front to kill time.
Wow.
That's my opinion.
Oh, geez.
That's it.
I know. But
I really appreciate it, but this is driving me nuts.
It is, because you know what? Don't you think like I am, even though our parents are long gone? Can you imagine what you'd be going through if that was your 84-year-old mother?
I listen to everybody I talk to on the phone. This is like worldwide involvement.
I know.
But that's just my opinion. It's just the money should have been up front and real quick.
Yeah, from the beginning.
Any money wanted.
And listen, it's no cartel and it's no crime or syndicate. $6 million is walking around money. Why would they even risk something like that? This is somebody I think connected. I'm not saying a family member per se, but somebody is connected to her in some fashion. She knew these people. I really believe that. And they knew her complete MO, what she did second by second, and they knew exactly when to come into that house.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
It's just really
somebody
sad.
Knew something.
All right, I appreciate
like a hit. Maybe it was a hit.
No. And the thing I can't.
Somebody in the family.
Yeah, but the thing I can't understand is how all of a sudden she just disappears. It's crazy. All right, Craig, West Virginia. Can't wait to hear what you have to say, Craig. Welcome to KDKA.
Thanks, Rob, for having me. You know, I got 45 minutes on Trump, and last night I used West Virginia, and tonight's Nancy Guthrie, but I'll go with it. Here's the reality of the whole thing. There's one clue that has not been talked about, and this is the main clue, and this is why the FBI has not released the video until now. First of all, the FBI agents involved are from Arizona. They're nobody that Trump sent in. Trump has nothing to do with the outcome of this thing. The number one clue that has not been talked about is the way the FBI worded that the pacemaker was disconnected from the Apple Watch. At that point, only her inner circle would know that she has a pacemaker.
Yes. Go ahead.
Because if you're a kidnapper, you're not going to take off the Apple Watch and go through it and see what apps are running. You're going to take a hammer or a coffee mug or something, and you're just going to smash it. Now, I've looked all over the Internet to find out if her brother Cameron is even married. And the reason I was looking was because I don't understand why the immediate family, other than the three siblings, are not in these video, whatever you want to call them. The only one that I can find out that is married is the sister. Now,
all right, listen. I'm going to put you on hold. I got to get to a hard break to get to the news, top of the hour, to get the latest on the Guthrie story. I'm going to come back to you, Craig. I didn't want to cut you off in mid-sentence. Anybody else who has a theory or a thought process after looking at the photos, the video, the timeline, some of the things that have happened, now activity in a Bitcoin account, the photos. I mean, and now you've got SWAT bomb squads that have actually left the sheriff's office and are headed to various locations. They actually were at the home of the other daughter, Ann's house. What do you make of this? And the big stickler here is, why did it take so long for this footage, these photos, to get released? And whether it was the FBI there or wherever, how in the world did it take so long? And timing when it comes to a kidnapping, it's always the first 72 hours, which is long gone. Deadlines have come and gone. Maybe my last caller was right. That was just a front. Maybe they're not looking for money. And maybe we may never find her. God forbid. Who knows what is happening, and why has this story become so mind-boggling? I mean, right now, everyone is talking about this story. And just when you think they're ready to make a move, something stalls. I mean, to be 2 weeks in and no person of interest or no suspect until this comes out, and now we seem to have movement? What has taken so long? And who do you think is responsible? 866-391-1020.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Apparently, Pittsburgh parking chairs have made the Wall Street Journal. And Lenny McAllister spotted this for us.
There's a very viral video of one individual in the city that was so angry that somebody took their dugout Pittsburgh parking chair parking spot that they basically snowed in the car that took the parking.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HOT to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HOT to 215-215. That's HOT to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's mother. They've been reviewing and releasing images of a person captured on video near Nancy Guthrie's home. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti reports from Tucson, Arizona.
This person went to great lengths to conceal their identity. You can only see their eyes and their mouth, but experts say what they're wearing, even how they walk, is telling, and they believe it is only a matter of time before there's a name.
A task force has been created to, quote, identify, investigate, and ultimately prosecute threats to our homeland. It will be co-led by the FBI, ICE, and DHS. David Corsell is the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana.
These threats include violent crimes, illegal drug trafficking, illegal firearm trafficking, sex trafficking, human smuggling, and criminal activity by dangerous cartels and transnational criminal organizations.
The Pentagon says American military forces killed 2 people in a strike on a boat in the Pacific on Monday. The story from CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson.
As has become typical with these announcements, the Pentagon did not specify what cartel these individuals were allegedly a part of or what drugs they were smuggling. The Pentagon, since September, has now killed about 130 individuals in these strikes. Remember, these started as part of a pressure campaign against Venezuela that the Trump administration then expanded to include sanctioned oil tankers going in and out of Venezuela.
Police say they've busted an activity that was once legal but has long since gone underground. The story from CBS News reporter Jim Crisula.
Authorities in Nash County, North Carolina, east of Raleigh, found more than 650 roosters as sheriff's deputies served a warrant on a property. Investigators believe the animals were being used for cockfighting. 2 men, ages 41 and 60, were arrested and are facing charges including animal cruelty and cockfighting.
64-year-old Ronald Heath was executed by lethal injection tonight at Florida State Prison near Stark. Heath shot and stabbed to death traveling salesman Michael Sheridan in 1989. Team USA added 5 medals in the Winter Olympic Games, bringing the total so far to 7. Norway leads the medal count with 12. CBS's Kelly O'Grady has more on the action from Milan.
Skiing star Michaela Schifrin's Olympic return didn't go as planned. Schifrin and teammate Breezy Johnson finished just shy of the podium in the Alpine women's combined event, but Team USA still took bronze.
The Dow closed down fractionally. The S&P 500 ended the day down about 1/3%, still just shy of the 7,000 mark. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A huge manatee is recovering after it was rescued from a storm drain in Florida.
Melbourne Beach firefighters used a crane to lift the 400-pound manatee to safety. Andy Garrett with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission suspects the manatee left the chilly Indian River for warmer water in that storm drain.
Its belly was really sunken in and the skin was really wrinkly. My best guess would be weeks, not days, that it was in there.
The manatee is recovering at SeaWorld, where Mallory McCormack says he has a few cuts.
Other than that, he seems to be eating, which is a great sign, and we're very hopeful for him.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A group of Buddhist monks has reached the nation's capital, the culmination of their 15-week-long march from Texas. The aim of the march more than 3,000 people welcomed the monks to an arena at American University for the monks' first public stop in Washington. In a sign of respect, the 3,000 or so spectators were silent as the monks walked in. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy for tonight. We'll have a couple of snow showers, which could be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. Then mainly cloudy, breezy, much colder tomorrow with a few flurries, high 33. There will be some flurries tomorrow night as well. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, as far as that Bitcoin account, only $300 of activity has been connected to this Guthrie case. Law enforcement has been dispatched, and they are searching far and wide. Armored SWAT vehicles, bomb squads, all of this coming on the heels of the photos and the video being released from the Ring camera. Somehow, some way, it took over 10 days, but they finally have some footage, and it seems as though there is some movement in the Guthrie case. My question is, what has taken it so long, and what do you think has happened? And Craig is with us from West Virginia, and he talked about the Apple Watch. Before you go any further, reiterate what you said, because that is something worth repeating. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, they would have never brought that up unless the way it took place. They made it very clear, their wording was that the pacemaker had been disconnected from the Apple Watch. And like I said, if you're a kidnapper, you're not going to pull her Apple Watch off and go through and see which apps are running or not. You have to be in her inner circle. And now let me tell you, you keep asking, why did it take 10, 12 days for this video? Listen, the FBI had this video on either day 2 or day 3. What you don't do is you do not panic the kidnappers to where they think they're going to get caught. They panic, they kill Nancy, and they go. They're on the run at this point. What you do is you let the kidnappers think that they've got away with it, and at that point, and here's why I'm saying this. If you look at that shirt and the backpack that guy had on in that video, that's a very tactical-looking backpack and a very tactical-looking shirt. So they've already done the process. Who makes this backpack? Where did this shirt come from? How many were bought? When were they bought? And that's what they're doing while this is going on. It wasn't that they didn't have the video. You don't want to panic the kidnapper. If you look at the sister's husband, he looks like he was a January 6er. He got a 10-inch beard, ponytail halfway down his back. The man looks like a January 6er. But what I didn't like about the video today was the brother, Cameron, is an F-16 pilot, and he's been one for 20-something years. And that backpack and shirt looked very tactical, something you'd get at an Army Navy store. You know, I watched his videos. You don't see no tells in what he's saying. But for anybody to believe that that video was just discovered today or last night, that's crazy town. They knew about it day 2 or 3, and they were running things through the network. They have databases of you name it, tennis shoes, backpacks, shirts, jackets, hats. They know where they come from. They start pulling receipts on timelines on when they were purchased. That's what's been going on for 8 or 9 days. But now they're to the point to where with the medication and all that, they had to break out the video to try to get some type of help other than that. They've had that video for a long time.
All right, good stuff, Craig. Thank you very much. Let's go to Andy. I'd love to hear from you folks. 866-391-1020, trying to make some sense of this madness. Andy, welcome to KDKA. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, and it is madness. But the first takeaway I get from this is the local police there, the sheriff's office, the local police. Obviously, they're out of their depth. They're just not capable of handling something like this because we didn't find out about anything until the FBI got into it. And, despite what some people want to say, the president did direct the FBI and to bring in all resources to try and solve this. Okay? The idea that they've had this video for 7 or 8 days and just sat on it while they let this lady be out there for 7 or 8 days. Rob, you talked about it before. The first 72 hours is crucial. You have to hit it hard in that time frame, not
10 days plus.
Not 10 days plus. Okay, so my belief is from what I understood, the FBI wasn't brought in right away. The local police, as we know, they were there. There was crime scene tape. They took it down. They put it back up. They were in the house. They were out of the house. The local authorities were doing their best, but they're not capable. And it wasn't until the president directed the FBI to get in there with all resources and solve it that they realized what the local police didn't realize was, Rob, even though that account on that Ring camera wasn't active, that didn't mean the camera wasn't active. It just meant the account wasn't active. In other words, the person couldn't get the footage from the Ring camera because they hadn't paid their bill. Didn't mean the camera wasn't working, and the FBI knew this. The local police obviously did. So we lost a couple of days before the FBI really got involved, probably because the local police a lot of times are hesitant to bring in the federal authorities. All right. The family might have been hesitant to bring in the federal authorities because, well, my guess would be none of them support the president. So why would they support the FBI and the president's guy who runs it? When it became apparent that they weren't going to solve it, then the FBI came in. They did their job. Now we've got this video. I don't believe it's something they had for a long time. And I heard one person who was commenting on it already saying they were looking at the video that was out, the backpack and the shirt that the person was wearing, and it looked like something you'd get from American Eagle. Basically you pick it up at the mall. I think you made a real astute observation. You look at the person under that mask at the eyes, okay, and you tell me 100% certain that that's a man.
Yeah, I even noticed that.
Because I can't.
No, and the only reason I'm saying a possibility of a woman, when I look into the eyes, I notice the eyebrows are very neatly trimmed. I mean, they're very thin, as though manicured. And most men, I'm saying, don't do that. And the eyes the eyes look a little different. The eyelashes a little bit more protruding. I mean, just a thought process like we're all thinking, but I don't think we can rule anything out here. I don't think we can rule anything out.
No. I agree with you there. I wouldn't rule anything out, and I thought that observation you made was pretty spot on. Granted, it doesn't prove anything one way or another, but you're right. Those eyebrows look very sculpted. those eyelashes look, I don't know, like they're, you use mascara to make your lashes fuller and longer, and it looked like they were, pretty long, in my opinion.
But Andy, here's the other thing, and I'd love to get your thoughts, folks. We're going to stay on this because it's the story, and we're waiting to hear anything that develops. And if we have to go live to CBS News, we'll do so, and also throughout the night. And of course, first thing tomorrow morning, our news team will be all over this, as will my colleagues, and we're back with you tomorrow night. But this is what is so sad, that we live in a world that even if you live to be 84 years of age, you raise your children, they become successful, make more money than you could ever imagine. You're living in a home worth $1 million, and somebody in a ski mask wearing a backpack walks up in the middle of the night and basically takes you from your bed and maybe takes you on the last ride you'll ever have. To me, what in the world has happened to this country?
Well, so if you want, I'll give you my crazy conspiracy theory here right now. All right?
Okay.
Sure. Here it goes. Okay. So one, your point about the eyelashes and the eyebrows and stuff like that, I think point well taken. Okay. Two, Craig's not wrong. The shirt could be considered tactical shirt, that sort of thing. The backpack, I don't know. It didn't look like your average school backpack, but I don't know if I'd call it tactical or not. But so here's my crazy theory. All right, the person's all done up so you can't tell who they are. They look semi-tactical-ish, okay, and they grab somebody out of their home. I think somebody was trying to make a point of, gee, this is just what ICE does, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was one of those blue-haired liberal groups who's all upset about ICE going, we'd like to make a point about people being abducted from their homes. So they did it. And now they don't know what to do, because what they probably thought of was going to start off as, I don't know, we'll teach them a lesson type of thing, got serious. And maybe, because she doesn't have her medication, and she's got a heart condition, she might not be with us anymore. So
sad.
That's my crazy conspiracy theory. People will yell and scream about ICE abducting people, so maybe some group decided, well, we'll let the rest of America know how it feels.
All right, Andy. I appreciate the call. Thank you. I don't think it's that, because if you know Savannah Guthrie, who is an exceptional journalist, she has, spoke out against some of the things that the administration has done. I don't think this is political. In my opinion, I think it's just a good old-fashioned case of greed. Now, why and what type of greed and how much and what they're trying to seek out of it, but I think they looked at her, sadly, as an easy target. I really, really do. And I surely hope it's not what a lot of us think. And listen, any investigator will tell you, when you investigate something like this, you always look for who somebody would think there's no way they could have done it. That's just the way they work. But I can't help but take my mind away from one thing. Why did it take all these days for this footage to get out? And I don't believe they would hang on to it, because they would want this person's face on every single screen at all times, because the first 72 hours are the most crucial. We're going to stay on this story because it is the story. 866-391-1020. Stay with us.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall, amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO, appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO, 412-373-2000. Get them on your roof. 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com, because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so give me your spin on this. 866-391-1020. We'll have another update at the bottom of the hour from CBS Radio News. Let's go to Brian in Munhall. So, Brian, what do you think happened?
Hey, Rob. Hey, good evening. Hey, I'm going to present a little bit something different. If this ends up being a conspiracy theory, do you remember the movie JFK?
Yeah, sure. Kevin Costner.
Okay. Here's why I'm quoting that. There was a man involved in that died not long after, named David Ferry. Now, I don't even know if this is a true quote, but here's how it's related, Rob. The Guthrie case, the Epstein case, and the JFK case. Here's what it is. It's a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. It'll never be solved. Well, I don't know about...
But you know what, Brian? Listen, you bring up a very good point. They may never find her. They may never... If they haven't found her now, I don't know if they'll ever find her, sadly. Because if it is somebody close to the family, maybe they did it because of life insurance, or now they realize that the FBI, the president, and everyone is speaking up and out. Maybe they just want to hightail it. Maybe they are from across the border, a hop, skip, and a jump into Mexico, disappear forever. So what you said is a real possibility.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. That's all I could say. It's just a little quote. But...
No, listen. Hey, right now, all bets are off. I would love to hear from you folks on this, and obviously I've gotten a nice response, but I'd like to take this thing till 10 o'clock. I mean, there's nothing any bigger happening right now, okay? Nothing. When you have the major news networks and this incredible brand that CBS Radio News leading with it, that tells you this is the story. And I see how many people are clicking on and viewing some of the things that I put up on social media, almost doubling my audience, in some cases tripling it, because people are putting themselves in this situation. What would you do? All right, let me just ask you this, being that we were talking about that Ring camera. If you have a surveillance camera in your house or any type of alarm, tell me why. 866-391-1020. If you have any type of security system in your house, whether it be Ring cameras or just something. I'm with Comcast. I've had it forever. You can't even, move the bushes in front of my house without me knowing. So do you have some sort of security system in your house, and why do you have it? 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. And if you folks are honest with me, there should not be an empty line between now and 10 o'clock. There shouldn't be. Because I believe we live in a world right now where everybody has got a security camera. And if no one calls, that means somebody turned my phones off. It's that simple. Because there's no way that somebody wouldn't be willing to say, absolutely. And would you not pay that bill in today's world? Never. if certain things had to get paid first, that would be one of the ones. It's as important as your heat in the wintertime. It's as important as your air conditioner is in the summertime. So if you have security cameras, if you have security protecting your house, tell me right now. I promise you, unless somebody shut my phones off, there's not one person out there listening to me right now who lives in a home, has a family, or lives alone that doesn't have some sort of security camera. And would you ever let that lapse? Why do you think that Ring camera was bought by Amazon for $1 billion? Because everybody wants it. 866-391-1020. Here's Marla in Greensburg. Hey, Marla, welcome to the show. You're on the air with your Pratt Pack.
Yeah, I was just wondering, from the very beginning, they thought it was due to an abduction. Why did they think it was an abduction? Why didn't they think, well, maybe a neighbor came in, or maybe she called somebody, or she wanted to just go for a walk. Maybe she just, wanted to sit out and look at the sky or something like that. Why?
Because I think they saw some evidence that they did not bring forth as quickly as they should have. Like they said, they found blood, but they got it tested. If it took forever to find out that it was her blood, and I think that they bumbled this thing, to be quite honest with you. And I know certain people don't want to give the president credit, but he's the one that said the FBI needs to get involved. And whether it's the FBI in Washington or whether it's the FBI in Arizona, at least getting some sort of results. And I think they knew from the very beginning, because she was supposed to be back at church that morning and she never missed. 3 nights a week in some cases. Those are the words of Savannah Guthrie. Marla, thanks for the call. If you have any type of security system in your house, call me. Because in this day and age, you cannot afford not to have it. 866-391-1020. Here is Sean somewhere in Pittsburgh on KDKA. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Rob. Thanks for taking my call. I have the Ring Cam, and for many reasons. But the thing is, the Ring has kind of like its own social network. Like if there's a missing dog or you have a cat, or if somebody's in the neighborhood going and you can see the video and they're up to mischief. But the thing is, with my Ring Cam, I can, at any given time, I can look at the camera. Like, if somebody comes and delivers a package, or somebody's in my house, or a relative. So anyways, the nice thing about it is I could be in Italy on the beach. If I have Wi-Fi, I can watch who is coming near my home. And so I do think they're indispensable to have. So.
Well, listen, we're getting some reports from listeners, and we're trying to follow up on some of the information, but there is none of the networks reporting what some of these folks have been telling Alonzo, my producer. So we're going to wait and see until it's official from CBS or another credible news source, because a lot of people have opinions and a lot of things are running rampant and rumors, and this has basically been from the very beginning. But, Sean, you know as well as I do, and you sound like a young guy, probably with a family, you realize that in today's day and age, there's no way you can have a house without some sort of security system, correct?
We live in a day and age where it's necessary, but if you got to keep a step above the bad guys. But
you there, Sean? Go ahead. Well, you cut out. Go ahead. Pick up your thought.
Yeah, I was just saying that anything can happen. Somebody breaks down near your house. Delivering packages. But yeah, for the safety, you want evidence. And like I said, I could be in Italy on the beach and see somebody's trying to get into my house. So, it gives you evidence, and in a way, it's a good thing if somebody's up to no good and people in the neighborhood, look at. It's hard to believe that there hasn't been more people and more cameras that picked up stuff.
Listen, Sean, you realize that. You're not a super sleuth. I'm not a super sleuth. I realize that, too. There's not one person in my neighborhood that doesn't have a security system. How is it that it took this long that we got this footage? Come on.
Yeah, I agree. But, not only that, but everybody else in the neighborhood, they said it's about a half a mile from the nearest intersection with a light. So there's got to be more cameras and more footage. I mean, how did the guy get in the neighborhood? I mean, he didn't drop in, or her, or whatever, drop in by a parachute.
Nope.
They came on a bicycle maybe, or, that's a quiet way to enter a neighborhood, right? A bicycle. But you're right. There's got to be a lot more cameras. But then again, if you're law enforcement, you don't want to tip everything.
But you listen, the first 72 hours in any kidnapping, you have to get the word out. You have such a short window. Hey, Sean, I got to get to a break. Good stuff. Anybody else, you have security cameras like Sean and others. Why do you have it? You know why you have it. Because we live in uncertain and unsafe times. And it still didn't prevent this 84-year-old, this poor woman, being snatched from her house in the middle of the night. We'll take your calls on the other side.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Police have released video of a person seen at Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson before she was abducted. CBS's Anna Schechter says Savannah Guthrie is now reaching out to the public.
She seems to have moved on to a phase 2, just asking the public, if you've seen anything, say something.
The FBI and ICE and DHS are going to co-lead a new task force designed to identify threats to the nation. U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana, David Corsell.
Intelligence-driven, multi-agency teams that coordinate their law enforcement efforts to identify, investigate, and ultimately prosecute threats to our homeland.
Team USA is racking up the medals at the Winter Olympics. CBS's Kelly O'Grady is in Milan, Italy.
Americans racked up silver medals in men's cross-country skiing, men's free ski slopestyle, and mixed doubles curling, a first for the U.S.
Police in British Columbia, Canada say 8 people are dead in a school shooting. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Throughout Black History Month, the city of Pittsburgh celebrates the spirit and heroism of the Vachon family, which settled in Pittsburgh in 1829. A month-long display at the City County Building explores the enduring legacy of these inspiring abolitionists and activists. Learn what's happening in February at kdkaradio.com. PA 211 is a free confidential service available 24/7. If you're facing challenges with basic needs like food, insecurity, housing, or utility bills, help is just a phone call away. Dial 211 or pa211.org to connect with local resources today.
Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor.
Details at KDKA-Radio.com.
When winter settles in, everything gets a little harder for our neighbors. Your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank helps families stay warm and nourished with fresh, healthy food. Give today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Give family a little more breathing room this winter. That's the power of you.
Hey, folks, Marty Griffin here. February is about love, right? And while we're out here showing love to our partners, our kids, our pets, don't forget about a place that shows up for every single day, your home. If your house has been dealing with drafty windows, high energy bills, or just needs a little freshening up, now's the perfect time to show it some love. And Universal Windows Direct is here to help. Up to 2 windows, you get 2 free. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 0% financing for 36 months. Amazing deal.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a lot of clouds around for tonight. A couple of snow showers, which will be mixed with rain early, a low close to 30. And much colder for tomorrow with clouds and a few flurries, high 33, and highs only in the 20s Thursday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, and our 7 o'clock hour, Rich Fitzgerald with the game plan now that Pittsburgh is on the clock for the NFL Draft.
All right, here's a story just minutes ago from ABC. The Sheriff's Department, with the assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual for questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. A law enforcement official made that known just moments ago. And again, breaking from ABC News in the Guthrie case, the Sheriff's Department, with the assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual for questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. You know, a couple of things. Nancy Grace, on Fox on Hannity tonight, had some really unique things to say. And if you know her from her heyday when she was at CNN, these were her cases. This is the type of stuff that she shined on because she put the human element into it and basically started questioning people of authority and asking why not. She brought up, artificial intelligence and being able to create and generate artificial intelligence for ransom notes and not really being able to find out exactly who, what, when, where, why, and how. And then the other caveat that they threw in, I just heard moments ago, something to think about. With Bitcoin, if there is a transaction, they're saying $300 with this certain Bitcoin account that people are looking at right now because of $6 million being asked for in Bitcoin in an account, that if you're in the United States, you can basically trace it. But if it's not from this country, then it becomes a challenge. And because they are so close to that border, maybe, just maybe, even if they weren't from that part of the country, they took her across the border and not able to trace when it comes to these Bitcoin transactions. And when you look at the big picture, as someone said moments ago, on either CNN, Fox, one of the two, and I was doing some channel surfing while listening to the radio and CBS at the same time, that this could be a whole new set of problems moving forward when it comes to cases like this. Strange. I have never seen a case that has had so many really twists and turns. But the thing that I cannot take my mind or attention off of, I kept saying, did I not, all week? Correct me if I'm wrong. Why is there no footage? Why is there no pictures? How is it possible in an affluent community like that where they don't even have potholes or deteriorating roads or bridges? Lawns are manicured. Money is changing hands. They have a healthy downtown. They have merchants. They have restaurants. They have business happening every day. All walks of life. Arizona, great retirement community. So they're not worried about do they have the resources or the tax dollars for the street cleaning and things that we all wonder if we're ever going to be even able to get done, like snow removal. How is there no cameras? And now all of a sudden, these cameras showed up. Now, here's the thing. If the bill was not paid and the cameras were not working, how did they find this? And if the bill was paid and the cameras were working, it explains why the person removed the cameras, physically removed them. And no matter what anyone thinks, in any case like this, when it becomes a kidnapping, they act immediately. All right, so now everybody is reporting what we just told you. A person detained for questioning in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. So they do seem to have somebody in custody. It's going to be interesting to see. If we don't have it before the time we get off the air, CBS Radio News throughout the night. Stay with us, KDKA. We will have continuing coverage throughout the night, early morning, and then we'll start off tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show following this story. All I'm saying is if this person or these individuals are apprehended this quick, hours after these photos and this video was released from that camera, and God forbid if she's not alive, my biggest question would be, and if I was the journalist in the room getting an opportunity to direct my very first question, I would say, do you believe delaying releasing this video and those photos is the reason why, sadly, she's no longer here? Hopefully that's wrong. Hopefully that's wrong. And if they're talking about someone being detained, who is it? How did they know where to go that quickly? I mean, they were out scouring the area, not only of her home, but the daughter's home and that immediate area. So this person that they have detained obviously is someone that is local. They didn't have a long time before they were able to apprehend that person. Do you understand that we are all known for certain body language and traits and who we are? Some people scratch their nose, tug on their ears, scratch their hair, they wink, they blink, their neck, they have gyrations moving back and forth, how they walk, how their posture is. I can tell you right now, anybody that would have done that I would know, as soon as I would see that footage and how they handled themselves and what they did and how they approached even walking up onto that porch, somebody would be able to say, I know who that is. So if it went down that quickly, what does that tell you? So we have gone from this, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Who do you think is responsible and why? And can anybody give me a legitimate answer about why they would wait so long to release this footage unless they just got it? Unless they just got it. Look, you know as well as I do, you take photos and videos in your phone. You have backups to where that stuff, you'll be like days later doing something totally different, and you'll say, oh, there it is. I thought I got rid of that months ago. This stuff doesn't disappear. How many times have we heard about text messages? You may delete them, but they don't disappear. They're in the cloud. They don't disappear. And these people who are a lot smarter than all of us, this is what they're trained for. They flip a switch, and it's there. I did reach out to my friend John Hudson, Security Consulting, Inc., former Secret Service agent. We'll try to get him on the phone tomorrow night. Hopefully, this thing will be solved, or at least getting close to being solved. And God, would it be a godsend if this woman is alive? But here's the timeline. So earlier today, out of the clear blue, after I've been questioning it day and night, this Ring camera video shows up and these pictures. And now they have someone in custody that they're talking to. Someone of interest. This is the first time that I can actually use this phrase, person detained for questioning in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. It's taken almost 2 weeks. Why was that not released earlier? And don't tell me that they don't have smart people in that sheriff's department, because I know they do. Do they have the resources? You bet they do. And look, when I threw out that question about if you have some sort of surveillance around your house, some security system, phones went crazy because everybody has it. We had Sean talk about his Ring cameras, that he could be on a beach somewhere in Europe and he could be with that phone seeing what's going on at his house. I've seen people do it with their businesses. They've shown me. I know people that basically have this stuff on their lamppost, on their front door, on their chimneys. You can't move. The electric eye, the light flips on. And these are people that nowhere near have a home of that value. And I must tell you, Nancy Grace is the one who always finds the way. I've always had such respect for her. And this is a smart move on part of Sean Hannity to have her on. And she's right. We're in a different time and place right now. And this Bitcoin, if you can make transactions happen from outside the country and you can't detect them, that's not good. Cyber ransom. How many times have we gone through that? And now you could actually have kidnappers taking all sorts of people with deep pockets, exiting the country. And this is where the cartels could get involved to reap the benefits. If we shut off one source of income, meaning the drugs that they are bringing into this country, they could do something else just as dastardly. All right, one more segment of Open Talk before we get out of here. But don't forget, CBS on this story all night long. And what we have to this point, just hours after the photos and video of somebody removing the Ring camera on Nancy Guthrie's porch, moments before she was taken from her house in the middle of the night, SWAT teams were dispersed, bomb squads were dispersed, and now they have detained someone who they believe could be connected to this case, and they are questioning them right now. Last call for you to jump on board and give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack. We'll be back. KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Mike Broniszewski of Sarver True Value.
And I'm Andy Amrine of Evie True Value. The temperature can get pretty low here in Pittsburgh. On those cold days, True Value features heat holders to keep you warm from head to toe. Heat holders, hats, gloves, socks, and feet warmers are available in various colors and styles for men, women, and children. Heat holders and True Value, making life warmer. Evie True Value and Sarver True Value, proud supporters of KDKA's Warmathon.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, everybody's reporting now, including this from NBC moments ago. Man detained for questioning in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Now they're saying it's a man. Before it was just a suspect of interest. And as I mentioned, Nancy Grace, who really, her claim to fame was stories like this, is back once again making her opinion felt and making some really good points. She just told Sean Hannity moments ago on Fox News how they approach this camera, even using a plant to cover up the lens. Basically, very unprofessional. And because of the ransom note and the possibility of AI, the Bitcoin, the account, she thinks there's more than one person involved. So, it is definitely getting very interesting. But this is exactly what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for something to break in this case. And, you know, I can assume a lot of things, but realistically, I think it comes down to this. I think it comes down to a group of individuals that knew her, who she is, her family, what their net worth is, or at least the possibility of cashing in. I don't think it's some cartel. I don't think it's organized crime. I don't think it's any political organization, because if it comes down to money, $6 million is a drop in the bucket. To you and me, that is a large amount of money, more than any of us will ever see in our lifetime, right? But not to these possible individuals or individual. Now, the other thing, if it would have been a family member, and this is something I'm very happy to say, in my opinion, that would have probably been leaked, because they would have had footage, somebody being taken away from a particular residence or something close by. So it appears to be it's a lone person, a man, that has been detained for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Now, here comes the big question, and I'm just going to say it, and it's hurtful. It's hurtful for me to say it, but it's from the heart. I hope she's alive. I hope that she is alive. I hope somebody didn't panic, or she lost her life in a struggle, or wasn't able to survive being in this situation for as long as she had been. You realize this was January 31st she was taken. And as of Saturday, that's 2 weeks. And we're just days away. I hope that she is alive and well. I hope this person or these individuals confess. I hope that the feds have them cornered. I hope this case is solved and she gets to go back with her family and they get to pick up where they left off, knowing that she is safe and okay, because what they have been through is horrific. And the reason that this has touched the hearts of so many people, it's simple, is because we can all relate to this. We all have a mother. The majority of us, 99.75% of everyone listening to me right now, has nothing but love for their mother. And even if your mother is no longer here like me, I can't even imagine. But also the future of Bitcoin and how it could be used for some very scary stuff. I mean, imagine these border issues that we've had. Now, here's the other question. You talk about ICE, and ICE kind of right now on a very, very uneasy place because of its future. Now, CBS, the network, has actually interrupted programming, and they have gone live. And they're talking about it with this special report. Basically what we have been telling you. So when you break into regular scheduled programming on the network, that just goes to tell you that we've got something brewing right now. And again, I think the biggest part of this story is yet to unfold, but how we got to this point so quickly after almost 2 weeks of nothing. I mean, I woke up every morning and I saw the exact same headline. The Sheriff's Department continues to repeat, we have no suspect, no person of interest. No suspect, no person of interest. Now, all of a sudden, whether you want to believe it's the president or not, but I believe it's the work of the FBI, they said, look, enough. Carolyn Leavitt, the press secretary of the President of the United States, saying today and making a plea to the public, anybody with any interest or information, please reach out. Call this number. Call the authorities. And they did exactly that. And now with the photos out, the video out, they have got a person that they are detained, some man right now, and they are questioning that individual. What does that tell you? Somebody a lot smarter and, believe me, more connected to law enforcement than I can ever imagine said enough is enough. Look, if just a lone broadcaster thousands of miles away can say to himself, this is unbelievable. It's 2026. We walk around with phones in our hands. How can this be? And now, here we are, just hours after the photos and the video, they have somebody in custody. Joe and Elizabeth, you're going to be the last call of the night. Joe, welcome to KDKA.
How you doing tonight, Rob? Great show you got here going on.
Thank you.
Hey, Rob, I mean, you said something a little while back there about, you felt that certain parts of this have been bumbled and stuff like that. I mean, the whole America, they're polarized by this whole thing, and as usual, everybody's guessing, second guessing. It's still way too early, and the thousands of people that are out doing the best they can to bring this poor woman home, safe and alive to her family. We all should have a little more respect and restraint and let them do their job,
Well, I think that's what we're doing, but we're also more concerned about her safety, this 84-year-old woman who was taken on January 31st, and it is February 10th. She needs her medication. She is frail. She's 84, and all of a sudden, the FBI and the director speaks up and stands up, and now we have footage, and we have somebody detained. Only thing I'm saying, if it happened that quickly, why couldn't this have happened sooner? That's it, Joe. And we respect law enforcement, all of us. We would be lost without them. But why did it take the FBI and why did it take so long for America to see this footage and these photographs? Because it seems to be the game changer right now. It seems to be the game changer right now. I mean, hours after that stuff is released, days later, we have somebody being questioned right now. When I heard that armored SWAT vehicles were being dispersed, bomb squads were being dispersed, they were heading out, I knew they were on the trail. Listen, you can wear a ski mask, you can do whatever. You can be in camouflage, but you have certain characteristics and body traits. And when everybody sees it, someone is like, that's my neighbor. That's so-and-so. I know that person. Look at that limp. Look what they do. Look how they hold their right hand close to their... We all have traits. And these people are trained like bloodhounds. They know exactly what to look for. And I just find it ironic, and I want her to be safe, and I respect all these people that have been on the case, but I hope it's not too late. And God forbid if it is, why did it take so long? Because look, as quickly as this stuff hit the airwaves, and everyone, including we here at KDKA and Odyssey and CBS Radio News and CBS, talking about this, it went from that to people being dispersed to now a person of interest in custody. It took us this long to get there. Let's hope and pray for the best. And let's see this woman be reunited with her family. It's your Pratt Pack. Good night.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Apparently, Pittsburgh parking chairs have made the Wall Street Journal. And Lenny McAllister spotted this for us.
There's a very viral video of one individual in the city that was so angry that somebody took their dugout Pittsburgh parking chair parking spot that they basically snowed in the car that took the parking.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I like about having the most effective treatment protocol on the market for peripheral neuropathy is the stories that we hear. Like Karen from Export. She suffered with neuropathy for 3 years, and it got so bad that she couldn't even wear her normal shoes. In fact, she got rid of them and can only wear Skechers. After going through the program, now she's able to wear any shoes she wants, and she's very disappointed that she got rid of all her other shoes.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Karen. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanced.com.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks,